while competing without using steroids. But it's not just that. They have them on all sorts of peptides, and it's all these billionaires who are putting money behind the anti-aging. They want to see how far people can stretch their bodies, and they're going to keep having this thing. They had it in Vegas, so. All right.
We go from cheese in the UK to steroids in the US.
Which would you rather do?
We are on opposite sides.
John's going to be golfing. I don't think he's going to do either of those things. All right, we'll be right back at 4 a.m. for more Good Day Orlando starting tomorrow.
Not me.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We've got a busy day ahead on this Tuesday. I just want to let you know some of the things that we are keeping an eye on as we continue to live stream throughout the afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus. At 1:30, Phoenix Eichner is due in court in Tallahassee. He is the suspected shooter of the Florida State University back in April of 2025, expected to make his first in-person court appearance. So that's for a case management hearing in Leon County. We are working on bringing getting a live feed of that hearing so that we can bring that to you live. We are also keeping an eye on a number of other things. The state CFO going to be in Fort Lauderdale coming up around 12:30, so we'll be listening in to that news conference. A little bit later this hour, we're going to be talking about some of the big changes coming to Disney today. Today's that May 26th date that was the opening of a number of different things. Soarin' Across America, rock and roller coaster featuring the Muppets, as well as Soarin' Across America. So a lot of things that we've been talking about, that have been in the works, that are now opening up today. So we'll be talking about that coming up in just a little bit. We also heard from some state leaders down in South Florida today as we get closer to hurricane season, talking about hurricane preparedness. And so we'll listen into that news conference as well. But we are really right now looking ahead to the 2 o'clock hour, where NASA is going to hold a news conference at their headquarters in Washington, D.C., and giving an update on where things stand with the moon base. We have talked a little bit about this, the plans for a moon base and what that might look like. We're going to learn more about that at a news conference coming up at 2 o'clock this afternoon. We will have that live streaming for you here on Fox Local on Florida Live. But joining us live now to talk about this and tell us a little bit about what we can expect from this, Ken Kremer, managing editor of Space UpClose, and one of our good friends of the program here. And Ken, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks for having me. And it is an exciting day, and I hope we learn a lot.
What do you expect for us to hear in this news conference today? What are kind of the main things that you think the NASA administrator Jared Isaacman and some of these other officials might divulge at this news conference?
Well, they have to lay out a more detailed plan of how they're going to accomplish all of this. They have like a 7-year program, and we have some limited details about it, but we need meat on the bone to see exactly how they're going to do it and when they're going to do it. So, they want to launch robotic landers as a precursor to the moon base once a month starting next year, which I think is going to be really tough. So I hope we hear about that. They're going to need power on the moon, so they want to put a nuclear fission reactor on the moon. So we'd like to hear some detailed update about that, by 2030. That's only a few years from now. And then, what is the logistics and the structures they're going to put on the moon? They need rovers, they need habitats, they need science instruments, and all of that logistics for the astronauts in order to be able to live on the moon. So those are some of the key things that we want to hear about. And it also would be nice to get an update on on Artemis 3. And the two lunar lander providers, Blue Origin and SpaceX, how are they coming along? Because you're going to have a lunar base, you want astronauts. Well, to get astronauts to the moon, you need the lunar landers, the human landers. And they have a lot to do to get ready for that plan next year in Earth orbit to rendezvous and dock with one or two of them, and then land in 2028. That's a whole lot of work that has to get done. So I hope we hear some details about that. I think the timelines are going to slip, not today probably, but they need a sense of urgency, NASA and the contractors especially, to get the job done, because China is out there. They're nipping at our heels. They just launched 3 astronauts to their International Space Station, their own station, on Sunday. They docked yesterday. One of them's going to stay for a year. So they're moving along. Well, we have funding going up and down, which is terrible. So we need a constant source of funding. So that's another question, is where's all the money going to come from?
Ken, how ambitious is this moon base plan, what we know of it so far?
Well, it's super ambitious because nothing like this has ever been done before. Since I was a kid, I dreamed we would do things like this. Should have never stopped Apollo, but now we're here, and we've had a couple of starts and stops getting here in the last 50 years. So now there's an actual program taking shape. So it's very important it gets done. And as I said, China is moving ahead with their program. They want to land by 2030. And they have constant funding, they have constant government support, so they don't have to worry about it, whereas NASA does have to worry about it. Right now, the administration wants to cut science by 50%. That's just totally unacceptable. You can't build a moon base without science. So we need a constant level of support. Looks like the Congress is coming together in a bipartisan way to support NASA and to support science, because it's just not NASA science we need. We need all the science from the NIH to NSF, because it's all going to be part of the science program on the moon. So we need constant funding and support from the American government and the American people.
You talked about the timelines here.
Spacesuits. There's another thing. You just showed a picture of the spacesuits. I forgot to mention that. So there's another thing that has to get developed, and that's behind schedule too. So go on. Sorry.
Right, and that's kind of where I was going here, is because the timelines when it comes to and the difficulties that have been we've seen when it comes to the spacesuits, when it comes to the lunar rovers. I mean, these are things that would have to be taken care of before we can get to the point of a lunar base. So there's still major questions ahead and major things that have to be done that are greatly going to impact the timeline and process when we're talking about a moon base.
That's exactly right. That's what I was getting at. I mean, right now we have these commercial lunar landers, 1 or 2 a year, and they want to scale up to 1 a month. That is a tremendous increase. Yeah, it's a great objective, but to do that in the space of 12 months is going to be very difficult, especially, half of them have failed, those lunar landers. So we need them to succeed. Blue Origin later this year wants to launch the prototype robotic lander, Mark 1 lander of their human lander, by the end of this year. It's in testing at Houston, just came back here, and it's got to launch on the Blue Origin rocket, which literally just got the go-ahead. So there's so much work that has to be done in such a short period of time. Spacesuits are behind schedule. The Gateway was basically just canceled, so where the habitat's going to come from, and all of that, building that nuclear power reactor, that's not an easy thing to do. It's absolutely essential. So getting these things done on time is going to require a massive effort, and that's why I mentioned the funding. You've got to have funding. You can't turn science off and on like a faucet. It's got to be constant, so people have an objective. It's great to have these objectives. I totally agree with them. You've got to have objectives, near-term, middle, and far-term objectives, and not just everything in the distant future. there has to be a sense of urgency. And so, yeah, that's what we need right now.
Now, talk to us about how this moon base kind of fits in to the current kind of overall mission objectives of the moon and what NASA is looking to do with space exploration.
Yeah, so that is a couple years out. First, we've got to have Artemis 3 in Earth orbit next year with the human lunar landers. Then Artemis 4 and 5 will be the first lunar landings again. That's before the moon base. And then after that, by 2030, they want to start building this moon base. Again, very ambitious, but it's a good goal to have, because if we don't have that goal, nothing will get done. So they have to have the logistics to build that base. And so that's what they're going to be talking about today, the logistics. How do we get all that equipment? And we want to mine the moon for water. Okay, so we have oxygen and we have water to breathe and we have rocket fuel from the hydrogen and the oxygen when we split them. So all that has to get done. So that'll start around 2030 in earnest, building it. But they're going to start these robotic lunar landers early, pre-positioning some equipment and testing out the landers to make sure that they actually can function and not tip over or crash land, and as has happened in more than half the cases so far. So there's tremendous work that has to get done. So 2030, they'll start in earnest. As you outlined there, over about 7 years, they hope to have the complete moon base. That, again, is going to require constant funding, not fits and starts up and down. There's got to be support across the aisle for that. And the Chinese are moving along. They want to have their astronauts by 2030 on the moon. So there's no time to lose.
What is all this going to mean for the space industry here in Florida? I mean, it seems like a long kind of project like this could be huge for the industry here.
Beyond just here, because you can't just build everything here. You want to, we've got brilliant people throughout the 50 states, so we want to get the best and the brightest throughout the country. Now, the launches will happen here. Blue Origin is building their New Glenn rockets here, so that's going to be great. They're expanding, as they just announced, they're expanding their facilities here. It's going to bring a lot of good jobs at good wages, 500 new jobs, investing close to $1 billion. I like to refer to their exploration part as the Mall of America in the middle of nowhere. But it's just tremendous. It was all swampland 5-6 years ago, and now it's a gigantic complex. So that's employing a lot of people, building technology and science and innovation. That's what we need for our country. So it's going to be great for Florida, great especially for Brevard County, but it's also going to be great for the whole country. And we want everyone involved. Okay, we don't want to just concentrate in one or two different states. We need the whole country to be involved and to be invested and realize this will benefit all humanity.
And one of those things too, where we're going to see a lot of launches. What can we expect when it comes to kind of increased launch cadence in the coming years?
Well, to put all of that hardware on the moon that you just showed is going to require a lot of launches, a lot of heavy lifters. So, SpaceX just did a test flight number 12 of their Starship, which is their human lander too. But, they're way behind in that. And they haven't really tested out the human lander components. That was very disappointing to me. They deployed Starlink satellites, which doesn't really get us anything as far as landing on the moon. But yeah, there's going to be a tremendous launch cadence. There's new companies coming to help support this. So at the vacant launch pads, the abandoned launch pads right now, there's like 5 to 10 of them, and new structures are going up from new companies. And so, we had about 100 launches here last year, probably have a similar number this year. And that is expected to continue with these new companies. I think SpaceX, the launches might go down a little bit because right now they only have one launch pad, 40 really available for the Falcon 9. but they're building new ones for Starship. So, that will increase the cadence of those Starships once they're perfected in Texas. You don't want them here until they're perfected because we have populated areas here. And we don't want to have explosions in populated areas. So, but that again points to why Florida is so good because we have the open ocean. So if there is an accident, it should happen hopefully over the open ocean and not like from Texas where they have to thread the needle between South Florida and Cuba. And then you have all the Caribbean islands in the way. So Florida is an ideal spot for launches, except as your weather guys will tell you, it's the lightning capital of the U.S. and maybe the world. So weather is always going to be an issue. So yeah, we have a lot of launches. I think that cadence will continue because new companies are investing. So that'll bring a lot of more good jobs and good wages. And again, those components come from all over the country to get here. So it'll benefit the entire country.
We're going to hear a lot of new details today about the moon base, the plans for it. It's kind of fascinating to hear about. It's fascinating to think about. But why does this matter, Ken? Why should people care about this? What is your message as to why this matters?
We can't sit on the past with our technology. We have to constantly invest science, technology, and innovation. Because if you don't do that, the rest of the world, especially communist China, catching up to us and will surpass us. So if you want to be bowing to communist China, yeah, then you could say, yeah, don't bother, don't waste your time. But the benefits are throughout humanity. I'm a chemist, I'm a cancer researcher and a cancer survivor. So when we invest in that science, we're going to be benefiting all humanity, benefiting healthcare. The moon is a proving ground to get to Mars. Eventually we'll go there, establish a colony, but we can't do that till we prove out the technology. And that's what the International Space Station does also, prove out the technology, because you've got a 3-year round trip. The moon is 3 days away. So we can test out the technology we need for Mars also on the moon. So it's a great precursor. I'm all for going to Mars also, but we have to perfect the technologies first on the moon. And that's where developing the spacesuits, developing the habitats, developing those nuclear reactors, developing all the equipment in life support to make sure it functions, because it can't fail. The landings on the moon have to be precise. That helps us get to Mars and get heavier weights on Mars. We're limited right now by the technologies that we have. The Curiosity and Perseverance are about 1 ton, but you're going to need a lot more than that to get to Mars. So the moon is a stepping stone. And besides all the other things we talked about on the moon base, do great science. It's a stepping stone to Mars and the rest of the solar system as well.
A stepping stone to Mars. Kind of crazy to think about. Ken Kremer, managing editor of Space UpClose. Always enjoy talking with you. Thanks for joining us today, Ken.
I've dreamt about it my whole life, and now it's happening. So it's fantastic.
Yeah, what a time we live in, that's for sure. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, we're talking about something a little different today.
Yeah, rain on the way. I know, it's kind of hard to believe after this horrible stretch of dry weather.
Yeah.
Worst drought in 25 years. But it looks like we may be seeing a beginning to the end. Let's hope. Let's take a look at the big maps. So we've got a couple of showers on radar this midday that'll be working in from the south, kind of the hit or miss variety, but most of the rain is going to happen west of Orlando this afternoon. So we're going to still have to wait a day, maybe a day or two before that rain sets in. This is the future radar at 4 and 5 o'clock. Notice how the villages, Ocala, especially over on the Gulf Coast, pretty decent chance for some scattered storms. That's where the Gulf sea breeze will collide with our southeasterly flow from the Atlantic. But from Daytona to Orlando to Kissimmee to Cocoa Beach and Melbourne, very little, if anything. Now for tomorrow, our wind is going to shift from the east-southeast to more of a south wind, and that will allow Wednesday for storms to form a little bit closer to Orlando. So let's turn the page for tomorrow. This graphic titled Mid to Late Week Rain. And indeed, by 7, 8 o'clock, we'll see some of those storms closer to Kissimmee and Windermere, Lake Apopka, Tavares. And then they'll blossom through Wednesday evening, especially focused once again on areas to the west of Orlando. But the leftover from the overnight activity could hold together, representing some morning rain up and down I-4 pre-dawn Thursday, leading to a steamy and hot Thursday, followed by, here's where it is, the rain. And this will be the start of a pattern. The wind direction will determine the rain chance. And in this case, late week, our wind will be out of the south-southeast or south-southwest, pushing the storms very efficiently toward Orlando and Kissimmee from the Gulf Coast. And that allows the Gulf sea breeze to make it all the way to I-4. And that means we'll see blossoming from 5 to 8 p.m. Thursday evening in what could represent a couple of inches of rain, certainly for communities. And it's a pattern that will establish not just for Thursday, but straight through the weekend and beyond. Now, this is going to be a little bit like the rainy season, but instead of being purely sea breeze driven, it will be enhanced by the presence of deep tropical moisture transported straight from the Caribbean. Now, over the next 12 hours in this transition time, we will have a 20 to 30% chance for some passing showers. Our high 92 at 3 o'clock and then cooling into the low 80s by this evening. It'll be breezy as well today. Winds gusting out of the southeast about 25 to at times 30 miles an hour. A little stronger there as you get toward the coast. Last really hot day too in Leesburg and Bushnell with highs in the mid 90s, upper 80s at the beaches thanks to the water blowing or the air blowing off of this comparatively cooler water. The reason it'll be a little cooler is because as rain chances go up, we'll have more cloud cover and that'll keep our temps in the 80s. So tomorrow, a 60% chance. We'll double the rain chances and then go beyond that to a likely chance Thursday through Sunday and beyond at a 70% chance. So what's going on? We've got high pressure offshore that's currently blocking the rain from moving in. It's like a big linebacker shouldering all the offense away. The offense being the rain. But look at that flow straight from the southern Caribbean and the Gulf right into our panhandle. That's why it's been so rainy up there today. Now, as far as our weather pattern goes, we're going to see a big switch. Instead of being in a big ridge of high pressure zone, we're going to see the ridge of high pressure developing over the Midwest in what's called a blocking pattern. This is a omega block because it looks like an omega pattern, like an omega letter in the Greek alphabet, where you have low pressure on the west coast, low pressure on the east coast, and high pressure in the middle. And so what this does is it stops the weather from changing. It blocks the normal west to east progression of weather systems. It means it will be locked into this unsettled pattern with kind of a trough, and the Midwest will be locked into a high pressure setup with very little rain, shutting off their severe weather chances that they've endured all spring with regular rounds of severe weather and tornadoes. So this will happen through at least mid-June, it looks like, in various forms, this omega block. Isn't that interesting? It's all thanks to the big picture. So this translates in our local 7-day forecast to highs in the low 90s next few days, then mid and upper 80s for the weekend to come, and a 70% chance of rain. This will not wash out your day where it rains all day. This is not like a Cincinnati rain where it's overcast and raining all day. This will just be afternoon storms that are a lot more punchy with that tropical connection and can lay down a quick 2 to 4 inches of rain. Garrett, we could see multi-day rain totals between now and the end of the second week of June exceeding 6 to 12 inches in parts of central Florida.
Wow.
So that will come in bits, an inch here, an inch there, but it kind of all adds up. There may be some flash flooding, though, in case some of the rain happens a little bit faster, a little more intense over some communities.
We've not seen substantial rain like that in a while.
It's true. Over in Tampa Bay and as close as Lake County, they've had a couple of rounds of rain like this, last week especially, and it was surprising that it was enough to produce a little bit of flash flooding in Lake County. There's one popular hotspot with a bar and band and the whole thing where they had some flash flooding and actually led to rising water inside of their venue. And areas near Tampa have seen anywhere from 3 to as many as 8 inches of rain in the last 7 days. So we're going to see that pattern shifting over to the Orlando side, and that's why we're going to have such drought denting and hopefully drought busting downpours. We're behind significantly, and over the period of the rainy season, this is the part that I love. If we were going to end the drought tomorrow, we'd have to have about 16 inches of additional rain in 1 month. That's like a tropical storm. We don't want that because it would cause massive flooding. But over the period of the whole rainy season, we only need about 4 to 7 inches in excess of what we typically would see to put an end to the drought. And it looks like that is certainly a possibility.
Finally, some encouraging signs then.
Yes, hope.
Yeah. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
And let's give you a live look right now over downtown Orlando. You can see the sun is shining, but there are a lot of those clouds out there over downtown and through much of Central Florida today as well. Keep it right here. We have much more to come on Fox 35 News Plus. Getting ready to take a break, but when we come back, we're going to be talking some theme parks. It's a huge day at Disney for many of the things that we've been talking about over the past few weeks and months. We're going to check in on how things are looking with a number of those things, and including have one of our experts live from Hollywood Studios. So keep it right here, Fox 35 News Plus. We will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. It is a big day at Disney. Today is that day that we've been talking about for a while, May 26th, with a number of new additions to the park opening today. And so joining us live now to talk about this, we've got Darren White, lead publisher of EYNTK.info, and Drew the Disney Dude looks like being photobombed by Pluto right now at Hollywood Studios.
Pluto is at Pluto's Corner, and I guess that's the perfect segue to start the segment, is because the Walt Disney Studios courtyard here at Hollywood Studios officially opened today. This is a massive day for Walt Disney World, one of the biggest days, in my opinion, in the resort's 55-year history. In this courtyard, I came here today to go on Rock and Roller Coaster. I've spent the entire time over here. The amount of roaming characters, the heart, the energy, the charm. This is just such a fantastic area, but I don't want to take too much time talking about how awesome it is because I could talk for hours.
But no, talk about it, Drew. I mean, this is one of the things that we've been talking about in this courtyard, the Walt Disney Studios courtyard. It seems like it's getting some great reception from folks and really kind of bringing a lot of energy to that part of the park.
Yeah, in my opinion, Disney at its best is when we have a good balance of new things, but also where families can come out here. And obviously the parks are more expensive now. So to be able to walk into a courtyard right now, and behind me I have Chip and Dale just running around playing games with kids. Up here I have Goofy and Pluto just running around, having fun. This area is so natural, and that's what I love. Like, when do you just walk into the park and have Goofy and Pluto right behind you? Like, look at this. What's up, Goofy? Can you say hi to Fox? We're here live on TV right now, Goofy. Look at this. This is thank you. High five. Yeah, that's the magic right there of just being in an environment where anything can happen. Rapunzel, Mulan, it's just so much fun. And I highly suggest coming over here at nighttime. This sorcerer hat lights up. Just a one-to-one recreation of what you see in California. So it's a big win, in my opinion.
So, yeah, and it seems like people are just flocking to that area. It seems like a lot of appetite for having a spot like that, and neat to have that interaction with the characters in a spot like that too.
Yeah, it is. It's just so awesome. Like I said, I was not expecting to be back here all day. I was like, oh, I'll go on Rock and Roller Coaster, but just seeing how happy the kids are to see these characters without waiting in a line. You don't need a lightning lane. It's all natural. It happens randomly. There is a wide variety of characters. You have the classics like Goofy, Pluto, Donald, Chip and Dale back here, but you also have those characters like Rapunzel and Mulan, and seeing all of that come together. Now Stitch is back here. I'm seeing things happen right now that I have not seen in the last 2 hours. So fantastic area, a big one for Walt Disney World. And I just really hope that management understands how important this is and how much people love it, and that we see more of it going forward.
Now, today is also the start of the Bluey meet and greet at Animal Kingdom. And it seems like there has been a lot of excitement over this too. And I know this is something that we've seen reports that the virtual queue, the first couple attempts to get in, sold out very quickly.
Yeah, when we talk about Bluey, Bluey is obviously incredibly popular. This was kind of expected when she was coming to be added to this area. So Bluey and Bingo now, if you want to go and see them, you're going to have to take a train to get to their area at Disney's Animal Kingdom. That's really the reason that they have the virtual queue. It's not that the area itself can't really handle a ton of people. It's that getting there is an experience. So you're going to hear from the Irwin family as you're actually riding on the train to be able to get there. You're going to go and it's Australian themed. You can see kangaroos, you can see wallabies, but that being said, it is a very, very popular character. So for right now, there's going to be a virtual queue, and it's needed to kind of get people to that space. I think you give it a couple of weeks and some of the hype, not that Bluey's not popular, but I think some of that initial hype will die down a little bit where the virtual queue won't be as hard to get. And it's just a really nice spot. Exactly like we're seeing with Drew as he's walking around in this area at the Walt Disney Studios courtyard at Disney's Hollywood Studios. This blue area is another section where I think families are just so excited. One of the things I actually wanted to show are these park maps. These are specifically built for kids, and this is something that Disney has added specifically for Disney Cool Kids Summer. These are going to be maps. They have the regular park maps if you want to get them as well. But when you're looking at these maps, on the back, kids have interactive things that they can do. When you go and open it, they've actually got, here's the kind of food that kids love. Here's some of the things that adults should know. And then on the inside, you've even got a map of the park. And it's a very general idea map of the park so the kids can say, I want to go to this and I want to do that. You don't need to know that this exact bridge is going to be there. The parents will figure it out. But the kids can go and they can draw on it. They can learn about it. They can do something. And it's not just Animal Kingdom. It is for every single one of the Disney parks. As you're heading to their theme parks, it's a free map, just like right next to the regular ones. And I think this is really what people have been loving, is everything that Disney has done so far with this Disney Cool Kids Summer has kind of been answering complaints or things that people have been talking about since 2020. People said, I want to be able to get to the parks easier and I don't want to wait in line as much. I don't want to pay as much money and I feel like I lost some of that magic. If you just look at what Drew just saw right now in the courtyard, there is no wait to meet those characters. It is definitely magical. It feels like Disney. And then if you're a Florida resident, they're doing that $65 deal right now. So I feel like that is something where if you're someone that's felt like you didn't really have the Disney that you remember from the early 2000s, between the Muppets, the updates they did to Millennium Falcon, changing up Soaring, going and adding this stuff to Disney's Hollywood Studios, all the stuff we experienced last week for this early preview, it really kind of felt like Disney was running at full speed. And I almost wanted to be like, Disney, it's okay. I know that last year we were at some of the competitor parks a little bit. I'm not leaving. I'm still a pass holder. I love you guys. Are you guys okay? Like, you have been doing just throwing things at us this summer.
Yeah, so many different things. You mentioned Soarin' Across America. because that is now open as well at Epcot.
Yes, and it is a blast. I love it. I have always loved soaring, and so we originally had the California version, then we had Around the World, and now we have Soaring Across America. It's got some fantastic scents, and you can go and smell, you can go and see some of the amazing things of the United States. So there's like, you fly over different areas, and you're going to go and get to enjoy that. And it's just great. I mean, it's an update to Soaring. It's about America 250 for the 250th anniversary. No complaints. I think it's a smooth and enjoyable ride.
But a lot of the attention following on what's going on at Hollywood Studios because the Muppets version of the Rock and Roller Coaster now open, and Mickey Mouse live show too.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'm going to start with the Mickey show because I'm right here and I can take you guys over there. So Disney Junior Mickey Mouse Clubhouse Live. This show has been brought over from Disney California Adventure, and now it lives over here in the Walt Disney Studios courtyard. So not only do you have all of these characters roaming, but you have two shows, The Little Mermaid Musical Adventure over there. You have Disney Junior with Mickey Mouse, all those classic characters. And then later this summer, we have the Magic of Disney Animation opening behind me. So you have all this natural energy, like I've talked about way too much. And you also have three big offerings, with one to come later this summer. But this show, it's inside, it's air conditioned. You have bubbles, music, all the characters the kids know and love. And there's a lot of show times. Like right over here, the first show starts at 10:15 a.m. and it ends at 5:35 p.m. There's 1, 2, 3, there's 8 show times today. And today is just the first opening day. So as Disney gets this feedback and sees, hey, what are people reacting to? Well, you can always add more show times there. So lots of stuff over here. And then like you mentioned, Garrett, Rock and Roller Coaster starring the Muppets. That is a big one. This is something that I've been very impressed with how fast of a turnaround time happened here. 85. Pluto, what's up? Pluto was waving to me. I'm sorry. Pluto, do you want to be on TV? I'm talking to Fox 35 Orlando right now. You're famous. You're a legend. Look at this. Hey, everyone. We saw Goofy earlier, and now we're seeing you. Yeah. All right. We'll see you around, pal. Bye, everyone. But yeah, Rock and Roller Coaster. It's like that was turned around in a few months. And these are iconic characters back in the park for the first time since Muppet Vision closed. You have a lot of that same DNA from Rock and Roller Coaster starring Aerosmith. You're still going into G-Force Records now under new management. But now you see Scooter and the Electric Mayhem rehearsing for their biggest concert. Then Bunsen and Honeydew at Muppet Labs. They join us, and they're the ones that are launching us at 57 miles per hour to make it to their big concert on time. You have hit songs like Song 2 by Blur, Born to Be Wild by Steppenwolf, iconic stuff over there. And again, just the fact that those characters are loved. The wait times today have not been that bad, in my opinion. The line was moving very quickly. And of course, you have Single Rider if you can get on without waiting in a very long line. So just so much awesome stuff happening. And I know I've talked about this with Theron, I've talked about it with you guys, but how back when Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway opened in 2020, this park completed its transformation. Here we are 6 years later, and we are going through transformation 2.0, even with Monstropolis, that Monsters Inc. land coming in the years ahead. So a ton of money, effort, love, and investment being put into Hollywood Studios. And today really kicks off a new chapter for this park.
And let's talk about that construction of the Monstropolis too, because we've been seeing some milestones and some visible progress being made on all that.
Yeah, I'll talk about the coaster itself real quick, and then I can have Theron talk about the rest of the land. But yeah, one of the big things we've been seeing is vertical construction on this Monsters Inc. roller coaster. This is a first of its kind roller coaster for Disney. It's a suspended coaster. So we're going to step into the world of Monsters Inc. in that Laugh Factory, really flying through the door vault, entering this iconic world for the first time. And of course, you're going to see those iconic characters. But again, it's like people were sad to say goodbye to Muppet Vision. So what did Disney say? Well, we're going to do something we've never done in one of our parks before to kind of give back as kind of a thank you of taking away Muppet Vision. So I'm super excited for the coaster, but I'll let Theron cover the rest of the land.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, they got rid of Muppet Vision 3D, and people are still hoping that one day a version of that could come back. But Disney said, all right, if we're going to close this, we're going to reopen something new for the Muppets very fast, and we're going to work on something that fans have been asking about forever. I think it was probably a day or two after the initial Monsters, Inc. film came out that they were talking, hey, I wish I could be on a roller coaster that flew around like these doors. I wish I could do that. I love these characters. And as the monsters keep coming back out, as we see Mike and Sully, people go, I want to visit that land. finally, 20 years later, we are officially going to be able to step into that land and kind of go and check it out. We don't know all of the details yet, but what you can see from some of the construction is that Disney is totally and radically changing that area to fully transform it into Monstropolis. I don't know everything, but I can tell from what we can see from the ground is that they are working on quite a lot of stuff. There's some aerial photos that have been able to be seen as well when it comes to the roller coaster construction. And so this is a Disney first, being able to have a suspended roller coaster, being able to go through that spot. But this is not just a roller coaster. We know that there is going to be other entertainment that's going to be inside of that land. There's going to be some food and some dining options. We'll have to wait and see exactly what it's going to be. But you look at one side of the park and they go, hey, we just finished Muppets. You look at another side and they go, Walt Disney Studios. You look even in the back, something we haven't even mentioned yet is the Millennium Falcon update with the Mandalorian and Grogu. So all of that is happening on all the corners of the park, and the last corner has Monstropolis, and they're actively working on that right now.
So lots of new experiences, lots of new things for people to kind of check out, and we don't want resort guests to forget as well about a free water park perk.
Yeah, there's been a lot of, again, I keep coming back to investment and acknowledgement of what people want, right? Something that I'm a big fan of is that right now, on your first day when you check in at our Disney resort, I feel like that's kind of an awkward time where you're like, well, do we go to a park? Do we go to Disney Springs? But now Disney is basically saying, hey, you're here, go check out our water parks. And something that I'm a big fan of too is that these aren't just little water parks. Like, these are intricately themed areas with Typhoon Lagoon and Blizzard Beach. So you don't have that weird awkwardness of deciding what to do or not knowing what to do. Instead, Disney is suggesting and saying, hey, come check out these beautiful places. And then on top of that, after you're here on your first day, then you can go to the parks and check out all of this new stuff. And I'm also just excited to kind of add on to what Theron said real quick about Monstropolis is that we have D23 coming up in August. So I'm really hoping that, hey, we have all this stuff debuting now, but all those things coming in the years ahead, we're going to learn about those soon. So, well, so many things are opening now. There's still so much to look forward to on the horizon with major expansions on their way here at Hollywood Studios and then Magic Kingdom and Animal Kingdom as well.
All right, good stuff. Drew, what's next for you at Hollywood Studios today?
Well, I was thinking about going to Monstropolis, but it is just brutally hot out here. So I don't want to leave that courtyard. Honestly, like, it's crazy how something that small, like that is a very small space, can have so much life in it. And then you just walk a few hundred feet down here and you have Rock and Roller Coaster starring the Muppets. Like, and I will say, I liked Rock and Roller Coaster before, but I never went out of my way to go on it by any means. Now that the Muppets are over there, and also in my opinion, that scooter animatronic in the pre-show, one of the best animatronics ever created. Disney motion capped a puppeteer's performance and then inserted that into the animatronic. So all that motion capture data is just a big home run in my opinion. So I think I might check out that single rider queue over there and take one spin on it at least.
All right, sounds like a plan. And Theron, before we let you go too, what's your verdict on the Rock and Roller Coaster starring the Muppets?
I gotta say, my favorite part about it is actually the pre-show. I like the ride. If you've done the ride, you're still gonna flip, you're still gonna launch, all of that. But the pre-show, like Drew was saying, the animatronic is amazing. The queue feels so Muppet-fied. There are tons of gags, and there's even real Muppets history in the queue. When you can go and see where they used to have the guitars for Aerosmith, some of the instruments they have there now were actually used by the Muppet Show when it originally debuted years and years, decades ago. And so that is a very, very cool addition. And Drew, you enjoy some of that sun because I'll be there tonight. I get to take my wife for the first time, and she gets to try out all this stuff. So clearly the Cool Kids Summer stuff is working. It's getting all of us to go to the park.
Yeah. At least the kids are cool because there's not too much else right now that we can say is cool with these temperatures and this humidity. Got to find ways to stay cool when you're out there, that's for sure. Theron White, Drew Smith, always enjoy talking with you. Thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Hey, I can't say every day that you can sign off right in front of the Tower of Terror, so thanks for allowing me to do something unique today, and obviously having Theron on is, we always love talking together about these things with how much we talk about behind the scenes. So I hope everyone enjoys this stuff as much as we do.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, that's for sure. Drew, have a great rest of your day at the park, and Theron, enjoy Hollywood Studios later today. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We know budget discussions continuing in Tallahassee as lawmakers try to come to an agreement and pass a budget to keep things with the state government rolling ahead of that deadline for that budget to be passed. Now, we heard earlier today from two Democratic leaders in the House, Ventress Driscoll, Democrat from Tampa, Kelly Skidmore, Democrat from Boca Raton, who spoke with reporters earlier today. They talked about some of the big budget items that Democrats are focused on that they want to see. They talked about putting some guardrails on the governor's ability to use some state emergency money. They talked about alligator Alcatraz. They also talked about suspending the state gas tax, which we heard Governor DeSantis say on Friday if the legislature puts that in, that he will sign that. So here is what we heard from House Democrats in a news conference just a little bit ago.
Welcome to another week of special session for the 2026-2027 budget. It looks like we might have something to vote on by the end of the week, but I'm not so sure it'll be the budget that Floridians deserve. It is unacceptable that this is the second year in a row where Republicans failed to deliver a timely, transparent, balanced budget that addresses the affordability crisis that so many Floridians are facing. My colleagues and I have been clear since the beginning. We want our schools fully funded. We want healthcare access for everyone. And we want people to be able to afford homes and build a life here in Florida that allows them to thrive, not just survive. But this budget does not give teachers the pay raise they deserve. It does not do enough for housing affordability. It provides no relief to homeowners who are struggling with the soaring property insurance rates. And despite our repeated calls upon the majority to do so, the tax package does not suspend the gas tax, which would provide Floridians with much needed relief at the pump. And in fact, this is a budget that seems to pick winners and losers. If you look at the pay disparity between state attorneys and public defenders, it's appalling. It's as though the majority doesn't want anyone to be a public defender, in which we know that those are two sides of the coin that are so important to our criminal justice system. House and Senate Democrats put forward an affordability agenda at the start of session that would have helped to lower costs for everyday Floridians. Republicans rejected our common sense proposals at every turn. Instead, Floridians continue to suffer while Republicans play politics with their funding priorities. For example, as of right now, it looks like the rebranding of the Trump airport will be paid using $2.7 million of your taxpayer money. Republicans continue to show their priorities with these funding decisions, and it's not for the livelihood of Floridians. We're also watching out for funding gifted to the governor's office for his so-called emergencies. We've seen the governor use over $500 million on immigration enforcement that the federal government should have paid for. These were often stunts like alligator Alcatraz. What we've seen the governor use his emergency funding for has been exactly what Democrats predicted. It has been wasteful spending. This emergency fund should not be used to create disasters, but instead to alleviate the suffering of Floridians when we face actual disasters. This year, guardrails were put up to help prevent wasteful spending by the governor. I can only hope that our state will not see another political stunt paid for with our taxpayer dollars. So in short, Republicans aren't delivering for Floridians, which is evident in an unemployment rate that now exceeds the national average. In fact, Florida is one of only 2 states where the unemployment rate has been growing. But the House Democrats are here for accountability and will continue to fight for a Florida where everyone has the freedom to be healthy, prosperous, and safe. And now I'd like to welcome our policy chair, Representative Kelly Skidmore, to add any thoughts she may have.
Thank you, Leader, and good morning, everyone. First of all, I would just like to thank the press corps. Despite assertions that this is a member-driven process, there are often things that we don't know about that you help bring to light, and I can't thank you enough for that service that you provide the public and Floridians. There are a couple of other things I just want to echo. The disparity between the public defenders and the state attorneys. That is, what a disgrace that is. It's appalling that is the priority of this legislature. I also want to talk about a couple of things in regard to the governor. And, for him to publicly say that if he doesn't get what he wants, he has his veto pen as retribution. It just sort of tells you where we are as a society, where that is the norm, and what is good and what is right and what is true for Floridians doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it's the best idea ever. It just matters if he likes you or he doesn't like you. I'm really concerned about the land buy. That came in at the very last minute. It was already a disgrace that we had overpaid for this individual's land. And now we are setting aside millions more to buy additional land from this person that is a political donor. And it is just, it's a pay to play system. If you didn't already know, this right here proves it. I'm really concerned about APD funding and how that actually plays out for the folks on the wait list who've been on the wait list for most of their lives in some cases, who are waiting for that assistance. But good thing we have the airport renamed, and good thing the governor's getting what he wants. But the rest of us, Floridians most in need, have not seen relief from this legislature, and they won't find it in this budget.
Thank you, Rep. Skidmore. I think that is so well said. And, it's just very frustrating to me that it's almost like we're living in a tale of two Floridas, because the governor would like to always is projecting that our economy is so strong and that we've got all this money in reserves. But when you look at the affordability crisis, you look at the unemployment rate, you look at how Floridians are really living, it's clear that there's a big disconnect there, and that what they're sharing is not the whole truth. So with that, we'd like to open it up for questions. You can drop your questions in the chat, or you can take yourself off mute and we will address them in turn. We do have a question in the chat already, which is from Action News Jax. Good morning. And the question is, Republicans have argued against a gas tax suspension, arguing it only benefits petroleum companies. But in Georgia, where their 33-cent gas tax has been suspended for months, gas is 34 cents cheaper. Seems to undercut that argument. Curious to get your thoughts on the gas tax suspension not making it in, while tax cuts on guns and firearms did. So that is a great question. And so for months, Florida Senate and House Democrats have been calling for a suspension of the gas tax. We know that this is something that would actually help our neighbors. So we do want to see this gas tax suspended immediately. And even though it didn't make it into the tax package, this is something that the governor could do. Floridians are feeling the pain at the pump, and suspending the gas tax would provide some real relief for families and even small business owners just trying to keep their doors open in the communities they serve. And this is non-negotiable when it comes to affordability. So we must act now to provide our neighbors with relief. Any other thoughts on that, Rep. Skidmore?
No, Leader, I think you said it perfectly.
All right, thank you. Let's also go to Forrest Saunders. Good morning, Forrest. Okay, seems like the proclamation for property tax special session is only a matter of time. Any feeling of consensus on the issue, and is the caucus still advocating for insurance reform instead? Yes, we are waiting for a proclamation on property taxes. I have not heard or don't feel like there's any consensus in terms of a single proposal that will emerge. But what I am hearing is that it's likely to be some sort of an expansion of the homestead exemption. But in conversations with the local governments that I serve, I'm hearing that any cut, even though it might seem small in the grand scheme of things, could be devastating, because there's no plan to make our local governments whole on the back end. And we also know that with respect to our rural counties and those that are fiscally constrained, reducing property taxes even by a little bit could completely decimate them and put those counties out of business. We have heard that the state might create a fund to sort of backfill that, but then you're turning these rural counties into welfare counties where basically you're having larger, and frankly, let's be honest, more blue counties paying for these rural counties. And, that's not really a fair way to shift the tax burden. So yes, we're going to continue to advocate for reform with respect to what the issue actually is, which is property insurance. If the Republicans, even just 3 years ago, when we had that special session on property insurance, had made a move to hold these property insurance companies accountable, we might actually be seeing real relief for ratepayers right now. But unfortunately, they decided to kick the can down the road, and here we are. When I talk to my neighbors at town halls, what they want to talk about is property insurance rates and how high they are. They don't really want to talk about property taxes. And even when we do talk about property taxes, they tend to have curiosity about it and try to understand what this would mean. And once you start explaining to people, well, your property taxes cover the costs for law enforcement and first responders. It makes sure that you can visit the library without having to pay a fee. Once you start explaining these things, they understand that property taxes are not the real enemy here, and that it would be a bone.
So that was Fentrice Driscoll speaking earlier today. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. It is noon on this Tuesday. Thanks for joining us here live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. At the bottom of the hour, we're going to hear from State CFO Blaise Ngolia, who's holding a news conference in Fort Lauderdale. We will take you there live when that does begin. But right now, I want to also get you to South Florida, where earlier today, Senator Rick Scott, Congressman Carlos Jimenez, the director of the National Hurricane Center, all held a news conference at the National Hurricane Center to kick off Senator Scott's hurricane preparedness tour. He often goes around the state this time of year, urging folks to take steps to be ready for the start of hurricane season. So they highlighted a lot of things that are important for everyone to keep in mind. We hear from Dr. Michael Brennan, who's the National Hurricane Center director, a number of other officials at this news conference just a little bit ago in Miami.
And I think you're going to hear a lot of the same message about preparedness and preparation for communities throughout Florida, here in South Florida, as we head into the 2026 season. Regardless of what you've heard about El Nino or any type of seasonal forecast, I think the time is now to move on to know that there are going to be storms, and this is the time to get ready for those storms. Even if you hear about a potential below normal season, residents here in Miami-Dade County in particular have experienced the fact that we had catastrophic Category 5 Hurricane Andrew make landfall in 1992 in an otherwise very quiet hurricane season. And it does not take a major hurricane making landfall directly in your community for there to be dangerous impacts from wind, storm surge, tornadoes, heavy rainfall, flooding, surf and rip currents, all the hazards that tropical storms and hurricanes can bring. It's important to know if you live in a storm surge evacuation zone, that is the basis of your hurricane preparedness plan, because if you could be asked to leave your home by local officials, you need to know where you're going to go, how you're going to get there. And remember, you only often have to evacuate tens of miles, not hundreds of miles. So make that achievable for you and your family. And then finally, find your trusted sources of information now before a storm threatens. The National Hurricane Center at hurricanes.gov, your local National Weather Service office at weather.gov, and your local emergency management officials and government officials. They're going to be the folks who keep you safe and tell you how to get prepared. So that being said, I'll turn it over to Senator Scott, and thank you, sir. I appreciate you being here.
Thanks for hosting us.
Yes.
Well, first and most important, I want to thank the Hurricane Center for hosting us here today. Michael Brennan does a great job. We've been I had 8 years as governor, and now I've done this for 7 years, and the Hurricane Center has always done a fabulous job. They've got wonderful people, and they're clearly dedicated, and their information is getting better all the time. Probably the most important thing that Mike Brennan said is that just because it says we might have not a bad season, it just takes one. But let me just introduce a few people. First, I want to recognize Congressman Carlos Jimenez. Carlos was, we overlapped because he was mayor and I was the governor at the same time, almost. And so we had a lot of opportunity to work together on a lot of good issues. And he did a great job. He did a great job as your mayor, and he's done a great job in Congress. FEMA, first of all, let me make sure everybody understands. FEMA they are not first responders. The way disasters, hurricanes happen is the first thing, it's your responsibility. They can't make you go to safety. All right? You have to decide to do that. Now, there's a lot of local officials up here. Listen to them. I mean, they've got the best information. They're going to be able to tell you whatever they know. If they tell you to evacuate, get the hell out of Dodge. I mean, don't take a chance with your life. And then understand that the hurricanes move. I live in Naples, Florida, and the Hurricane Ian 4 years ago changed in the last couple hours. If you go back to Andrew, I was in the hospital business here in Miami at the time, and it changed and went further south. We had evacuated our hospitals up along the Miami River. Victoria and then St. Francis on the beach, but I ended up hitting what is now called Jackson South and completely demolished the hospital. Every window was blown out, everything. And it happened just in the last few minutes. So this stuff changes. And the Hurricane Center is going to put out this nice cone. Don't believe it. I mean, that's the odds, but it can change. I mean, they have the best people. We have the best people in the world. The whole world relies on us. But it can move and it can change, and so you've got to be extremely careful. But we've got FEMA reaching for Administrator Rob Ash, and so the way FEMA works is first it's you, then it's local, then it's state, and the FEMA is a response to the governor. So if the governor asks for resources, it's generally money. They don't have a whole bunch of people that walk in and say, "Hey, let me do something for you." They have the ability to write a check because it's part of the federal government. But it's done through the governor's office. But FEMA does, my experience with FEMA, they do a fabulous job. They work hard, but it's a coordinated effort, and they're generally the dollars. Next, I want to recognize your sheriff, Rosie Corderos-Stutz. Rosie has been doing a great job as sheriff. I got to actually know her before she ran. And you have somebody that's completely dedicated to this community, and she's got a great team, has continued to build a great team, and they're going to do everything they can to make you safe. Then you've got a great fire chief, Ray Jala. Ray's out right now he's been fighting fires. It's a dry year, as you all know, so we've had a lot of wildfires, especially out in the west of here, east of where I live in Naples, and our firefighters are doing a fabulous job. Then we got Erica Bennett, Miami-Dade Fire Rescue Spanish spokesperson. We got Pete Gomez, Miami-Dade Department of Emergency Management. What happened, especially I think it really started where the state got really good, is after Andrew. The whole state put way more resources into local emergency management teams, and they've done a fabulous job. We've got great county emergency management teams all across the country. Miami-Dade has one of the best. Then we have a lot of other partners, and one great partner is the American Red Cross, and they do a fabulous job when we open up shelters, like in Ian and no, my biggest one was Irma. In Irma, we opened up 700 shelters. And so the National Guard opened them, and then American Red Cross took care of almost all of them. So Tiffany Gonzalez is here to talk about that. Then we've got Jeanette Nunez. I got to work with Jeanette. She's now the president of FIU, which is a great university. And by the way, we're the #1 public university system in the country. But Jeanette was in the legislature and did a fabulous job. She was representing Miami-Dade, and she's a bulldog. She gets her stuff done. Then Ana Maria Rodriguez.
She's actually a panther.
That's true. Yeah, I should have got that right. That's a better. I could have said it that way too, couldn't I? I'll know that next time. Then we have Ana Maria Rodriguez. I've had the opportunity to get to know Ana and work with her for quite a few years, and she gets her stuff done. Then newly elected Fabio Andrade, Weston City Commissioner. So congratulations, you're here. And the quiet and shy Lily Lopez from the South Florida Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. So Lily is very quiet and shy, and you'll never know she's in the room. So just, we're all going to sort of say the same stuff, but it's really, whoever you're going to, just listen to somebody up here and say, get a plan. Don't take a chance. With Ian, we lost a lot of people in Fort Myers. We shouldn't lose one person. If everybody evacuates, because you're local and you're local in your state and your federal government, they're going to do their job. This state knows how to do this stuff. So it's your job to evacuate. Don't take a chance and put yourself in harm's way, and don't do it the last minute. You can go to a lot of different websites. The one that we use is www.ready.gov, but there's a lot of them. Rose, you'll have one. A lot of them. Go to 7 Days Water, 7 Days Food. Get your medicine, get your documents. Videotape your house so you know if you get hit, what you're going to do with insurance. So don't take it. I just tell people, don't take a chance. Now in this role, I've been in the Senate 7 years. I'm chair of the Aging Committee, so we put a lot of effort into hurricane and disaster preparedness. With all of us in Congress, we've had some success. The House, not the Senate so far, passed a disaster relief for people that have had these in the last few years. So you get tax relief for any excess costs over your insurance costs. So Carlos has done his job. We still have got our job to do in the Senate. So. He reminds me. Then I did the Fishes Act with Carlos and Byron Donalds, which is going to give more resources to our fisheries, which is a big deal. Our Army Corps, which a lot of people get frustrated with, which I do too, but they do a good job with beach renourishment. And I tell people, it's a wonderful group of people. It's just they've created a lot of processes, and we're continuing to work through those processes. So we've done a variety of other things, but the most important thing today is listen to everybody and get ready. So I'll say this in Spanish. La temporada de huracán. Now what happens is after my Spanish, then Carlos usually comments about my Spanish. Not really. La temporada de huracanes comienza pronto, lo que significa que las familias deben aprovechar todas las oportunidades para hacer un plan y prepararse. Puede encontrar los recursos y la información sobre cómo crear un plan de emergencia en www.ready.gov. En caso de una tormenta, espero no, manténgase atento a las noticias y siga las instrucciones de los oficiales de seguridad y de gestión de emergencias. By the way, we have the best media in the country. Listen to them. They're going to put out really good information. They're all over this. They're smart. They know how to do this. Yo tengo 9 oficinas en la Florida para ayudar a todos los floridanos. www.rickscott.senate.gov if you want para más información. Como siempre digo, puedes reconstruir tu casa, pero no reconstruir tu vida. My grandsons, I said that so much time when I was governor, and my grandsons could repeat it when he was 4 years old. You can rebuild your darn house, but you can't rebuild your life, so don't take a darn chance. So now my good friend and somebody that works his butt off for you, Carlos Jimenez.
I want to thank Senator Scott, Governor Scott, all right, for putting this together like he does every single year, and yes, we're about to start the hurricane season, and although it's forecast to be a slower than usual season, I remember in 1992 I was a fire chief for the city of Miami, and the first storm we had was Andrew, and that's all it took, Andrew. Okay, number one, the first storm. So even if we do have a slower hurricane season, doesn't mean that the threat's not there. It's just a matter of luck, really. I mean, where these hurricanes go. And so our advice, what we're asking people to do is very simple: prepare. So you need to prepare to be self-sufficient for at least 72 hours. Did they increase the days? No? 70. Special needs, please call the Miami-Dade Office of Emergency Management and make sure that you're signed up so that when it's time to go get you because you have special needs, they'll put you on a list and they will provide transportation for you to special needs shelters. Well, there will be housed and they will have paramedics, et cetera, to make sure that you're okay through a storm. And so again, the number one thing: preparation. Plan ahead. If you plan ahead, make sure you have enough supplies again for 72 hours. You're going to be self-sufficient, because if it is a very severe storm, it may take us 3 days to get to you. And we have to, the local folks, we have to clear all the streets, et cetera, but some of these streets are going to take some time to clear. We may not be able to get to you. And as the senator said, it's the local response that you're going to see first, then you're going to see the state, and then finally you're going to see the federal government. And in that case, and that's why we always tell people that you need to be self-sufficient for at least 72 hours. In Miami-Dade County, I think we have the best response in the entire nation. All right, very proud of the professionals here: police, fire, emergency management. You have the best in the U.S. And so if we get struck by a major storm, hate to say this, but the best place for a major storm to hit is actually here, right? Because the response is so good, and because we're good at it, because, well, we've been through a lot, all right? And so, again, prepare. It's coming. We don't know, if a storm is coming. Nobody can tell you if we're going to have a storm this year. Nobody. All right. And if somebody says, well, it's going to be a slow season, don't worry about it. No, worry about it. Because, again, the example of Hurricane Andrew, first one out of the box, Category 5, it's the worst hurricane we've ever had here in Miami-Dade County. So I'm going to switch a little bit over to Spanish. And don't worry, they criticize my Spanish too. Ya es la temporada de huracán, se tiene que preparar, por menos tiene que preparar los planes para qué van a hacer si viene un huracán. Primero, necesita 3 días de medicina, de comida, de agua y también de medicina. Y si la medicina necesita estar fría, tiene que tener un tipo de plan para eso también. Si vive en una zona de evacuación, que está cerca de la costa, tenga un plan a dónde van, dónde se van a ir si hay una orden de evacuación. Porque la número 1 causa de muerte en un huracán es inundaciones. Es la número 1 causa. Así que si los oficiales le dan una orden de evacuación, tómalo serio y salgan de la casa, porque lo que dice el senador Scott, se puede reconstruir la casa, un hogar, pero no se puede reconstruir la vida. Nada, ningún tipo de artículo, casa, no debes de perder tu vida por ninguna cosa. Así que si hay una orden de evacuación, salgan, pero tengan saber dónde van a ir. Por eso es que es tan importante que planifican ahora. Si tienen generadores, arráncalo ahora, a ver si trabajan o no, pero si lo tienes que usar durante una emergencia, nunca lo ponga al lado de una ventana abierta por el riesgo de carbon monoxide. Así que es muy peligroso. Pero también, si lo tienen, arráncalo ahora para asegurar que cuando lo necesitan, lo puedan tener. What else am I going to say in Spanish? No, y eso, el tema es preparación. Prepárense ahora para un huracán. Y otra vez, nadie te puede decir si viene un huracán o no. Cuando yo era el jefe de los bomberos, en 1992, el primer huracán era Andrew. Y Andrew fue el huracán más poderoso que hemos tenido aquí en la historia del condado de Miami-Dade. Así que nada más que toma un huracán que nos dé a nuestra área, y aunque dicen que van a tener una temporada bastante lenta, con no muchos huracanes, no puedo decir que podemos decir, bueno, todo va a estar bien, porque nadie sabe dónde van estos huracanes, cuándo vienen y de qué tipo de potencia van a tener. Y con eso lo voy a dejar, y ahora do I this is the individual? Huh?
I think Rob is next.
Okay. Yep. I want to now bring to the microphone FEMA Region 4 Regional Administrator Rob Ash.
By the way, we've been blessed with the people that have run our region. Rob is the 3rd since I got elected as governor, and they have all done a great job.
Thanks, sir. Yes, Senator, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today, and it's good to meet so many of the partners that we'll work with in the future. I'll do 3 things. I'll talk a little bit about what FEMA is doing right now for preparation. I'll talk about what to expect in the event that there is a storm and FEMA is asked to come into the state. And then I'll wrap up by reiterating some of the things that you've already heard, because they're important enough for us to keep saying them. I want to start by saying that Director Kevin Guthrie and his team at the Florida Division of Emergency Management are exceptional partners of ours. None are better. We work very closely with them all year long, and during this time we really accelerate our interactions with them in order to be prepared for the storm. In terms of what we're doing, we start our preparations several months back. So back in February, we started preparing for this season. We do that every year. This year has been no different, and we're focused on making sure that we're doing all of the things that we need to do in order to be prepared for the upcoming season. We have a series of events, dozens, that will occur over the course of the next 2 months that continue getting us ready for this upcoming season. Many of those are in concert with the Florida Division of Emergency Management as we continue to work through those processes. In terms of what to expect from FEMA this year, When you call, expect the same thing that you've expected from FEMA in the past, and that is that we will be there. When the governor makes a request, we will be here. I'll send people to the state EOC early in order to be embedded with them in the event that there's something on the horizon. And that allows us to start the planning process early so that we can make sure that we're well integrated in the event that we do have an incident. During a response, if we have landfall, the number one priority for FEMA is life-saving activities. So our focus is on making sure that we're doing the things to support life-saving activities. So in terms of getting search and rescue teams out, medical healthcare assistance teams, we will have those postured and ready in the event that they're asked. As we transition from recovery into transition from response into initial recovery, that is when it's important for us to understand what FEMA brings and what FEMA can do and what the expectations are. FEMA will be here. We can provide support in terms of initial financial assistance. We can provide some support in terms of housing at the request of the state. But it's important for everybody to understand that FEMA cannot answer all the problems and they can't fix everything that's destroyed by the hurricane. One of the things that I'll stress here and I'll continue to stress is it is very important to make sure that we have insurance because that is the quickest way to rebuild after a hurricane has occurred. The final thing I'll do is I'll wrap up by saying that some of the things that we've talked about here before, listening to your local leadership, vitally important. They're closest to the event for you. They know where the resources are that you need. Please listen to those local leaders. Please make sure that you have a plan. You can visit ready.gov for details on what it looks like in terms of building a plan and what you want to focus on. With that, I'll transition now to the Sheriff, Sheriff Rosie.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you, Senator Scott, for your continued leadership and unwavering support of our community, especially when it comes to public safety. Your commitment, especially during hurricane season, has made a real difference for the people of Miami-Dade County. To Congressman Jimenez, to Ana Maria Rodriguez, and the other elected officials, your presence here shows your commitment and support to all of us. And to Dr. Brennan and the National Hurricane Center, thank you for your partnership and opening your doors here today. As we approach another hurricane season, which officially begins June 1st and runs through November 30th, it is critical that we come together and prepare to protect our residents. The best way to minimize the impact of any storm is through preparedness. That's why the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office is strongly urging every family to take action now. Make a family plan. Know your evacuation routes. Establish clear communication strategies with your loved ones so that you can stay connected even if self-service failures occur. We are committed to educating and empowering our community. So I encourage everyone to visit ready.gov and our own Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Hurricane Preparedness page for trusted information and guidance. Following us now on our social media would also help you to get accurate and quick information during an emergency. Most importantly, make sure that you have a well-stocked emergency kit for at least 3 days of essential supplies. Water, obviously, 1 gallon per person per day for a minimum of 3 days, and include and count your pets. Food, non-perishable items that don't require refrigeration, and additional essential such as flashlights, extra batteries, first aid kit, etc. You will find a more detailed list on any of our websites that we've all recommended here today. We are in constant communication and coordination with our local, state, and federal partners. This collaboration is essential for an effective and unified response when it matters most. At the Sheriff's Office, we are taking proactive steps to keep our community safe. We will increase patrols in vulnerable areas as storms approach, strengthen partnerships with our community organizations for resource distribution, and prepare for swift evacuations while setting up emergency shelters. You should also know that our deputies are fully prepared for search and rescue operations and any other challenges that may arise. We will work around the clock to keep you informed in a timely manner with accurate information. But preparedness is not just the responsibility of law enforcement. It belongs to all of us. I urge you do not wait till the storm is on the horizon. Take action today. Proactive preparation saves lives and protects property. Stay informed, stay engaged, and work with your local emergency management teams. To the people of Miami-Dade, we acknowledge leadership such as Pete Gomez of Emergency Management right here in Miami-Dade, as well as Fire Chief Ray Yadala. These are professionals who know what we're doing, and we all work cooperatively to make sure our community is safe. I want to extend a very special thank you to our local media partners who play such a vital role in delivering reliable information throughout the season. Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office remains fully committed to keeping our community safe, not just during hurricane season, but every single day of the year. Thank you, and stay prepared. Spanish? Seguro. Le quiero dar las gracias a todos por estar aquí hoy. Es tan importante que podemos colaborar y hablar y planear antes de la emergencia. Le doy las gracias a todos los oficiales congresistas, Senator Scott y todos los elegidos que están aquí. También nuestros compañeros como el capitán de Fire, Ray Yadala, y Pete Gomez de Emergency Management System. Es esta colaboración que nos deja hacer un trabajo muy bueno durante las emergencias y hemos aprendido por experiencia. Es importante que todos reconocemos nuestra responsabilidad, no es solamente la de nosotros, pero todos ustedes en sus casas. Planear, tener el equipo en la casa, tener lo que necesite para una emergencia, comida, agua, cuente con su mascota también, no se olviden de ellos. Si toman una orden de una agencia oficial, siendo el Sheriff's Office o Fire, si dan la orden de salir una área de evacuación, por favor, háganlo lo más pronto posible, entendiendo que es por su bien, su bienestar que se le está pidiendo. Adicionalmente, nosotros en la oficina del sheriff seguiremos preparándonos. Durante una emergencia vamos a tener más patrullas en las calles para ayudar, pero estamos sumamente preparados para responder para cualquier emergencia, utilizando estas relaciones juntos que hemos establecido por muchos años. Nosotros aquí estamos comprometidos a mantener a este condado seguro y estar preparados para cualquier emergencia, no solamente durante el tiempo de huracán, pero cada día. Muchísimas gracias y por favor prepárense ahora.
And by the way, what happens is if Miami-Dade gets hit by something, then what's going to happen is sheriff departments, fire departments, emergency management teams from all across the state are going to come in and help. So everybody's going to work together. Now we're going to hear from our fire chief, who's had a busy year.
So good morning, everyone, and thank you, Senator, for putting together this press conference and preparing our community for hurricane season. Ladies and gentlemen, the common theme you've heard so far, preparedness. And preparedness is going to be key during any hurricane season. In regards to plans, and you've heard the various plans, you need to have some form of emergency plan, some sort of stock kit. 3 days of food, water, that's non-perishable. Items that are not going to go bad, as a result of the electricity that may be out. You've heard about checking your flashlights, making sure that you have batteries, etc. The battery should not be installed into the flashlights until there's an actual hurricane watch. Sometimes the batteries do become corroded inside the battery devices and renders them useless. So again, please have a plan. There are various websites, as they just mentioned, that you could access in regards to getting the information accordingly. Know your evacuation zones. These are important parts of information. You heard
arduamente para poder mantenerlos seguros, al igual que los miembros de nuestros gobiernos. Entonces necesitamos ese compromiso de todas las personas que viven en nuestra comunidad. Como lo hemos dicho, solamente se necesita un solo huracán para cambiar el curso de la vida de todos nosotros. No solamente de las personas en nuestra comunidad, también nosotros los que estamos aquí somos miembros de esta comunidad y por eso queremos el bienestar de todas las personas que viven en ella. Gracias.
Thank you, Eric. Now we're going to hear from Pete Gomez, Miami-Dade Emergency Management, and they've got a great team here.
Thank you, Senator. Really appreciate all of you being here. Chief, Congressman, he used to be my fire chief, so he'll always be chief to me. Thank you very much for being here. Senator Rodriguez, thank you for being here, and Sheriff, all the elected officials. I'm not going to repeat what they said, but I'm going to tell you a quick little story. I'm a member of one of the 28 National Urban Search and Rescue Teams, and every time we deploy, and I'll give you a story about Hurricane Katrina in Gulfport, Mississippi, destroyed everything. I mean, there was matchsticks, it seems like, all there. And every time we found a survivor, we would ask, why didn't you evacuate? And the response was always the same. I lived through Hurricane such and such, and I didn't think it was going to be that bad. Let me tell you, every one of these events is totally different. Think back of 2017, Hurricane Irma, when it struck. Hurricane Irma, when it came through Miami, was not even a Category 1 storm. But we had hundreds of millions of dollars in debris damage. Brickell was flooded past my waist, and the windows of the buildings were destroyed. Think about that damage. Two cranes fell. Who thinks of that? And Chief, you remember that. So when they talk about know your zones, know when to evacuate, listen to your elected officials, listen to those of us in the world of emergency management. We have a saying, right? We run from the water and we hide from the wind. And it's been said here several times. The most dangerous part of the storm is that water, especially if you live in the eastern parts of the county. That storm's not going to be, you think you can stop yourself from storm surge? You can't. So make those plans, understand if you're in a storm surge or not, and understand that you got to get out. Also, as part of your plan, start looking around your house. See if there's debris, if there's loose items, that those loose items become projectiles. They will become like, lances or arrows, and they will embed themselves in your neighbor's windows and doors. So understand that that's part of the plan too. It's not just having 3 days of supplies, water, food, medicines, which we haven't mentioned yet. Make sure you have cash on hand, because a lot of times if you lose electricity, you're not going to be able to use your credit cards and or get to ATMs to take out money. Let all of that be part of your plan. Thank you. Boy, you thought your Spanish was bad. Muchas gracias. Le quiero dar las gracias al senador, al congresista, a la sheriff por estar aquí. Esto es un tema súper importante y lo que le queremos decir a la comunidad es que estén preparados. Esa preparación ya lo han dicho todos los elegidos que están aquí, que es no solamente tener el plan que van a tener las medicinas, el agua y esas cosas, pero también sepan en qué zona estar y si tienen que salir de esa zona. Como el senador lo dijo, no quiere decir que van a salir del estado de la Florida, nada más que salgan de un lugar que están en riesgo, que tienen peligro, y se vayan a una zona donde está más alta y se pueden evacuar esa zona. Y con eso lo dejo con el mensaje que se preparen para esta temporada. Ok, le quería dar un ejemplo de lo que pasa en estos huracanes. Yo soy un miembro de uno de equipos de búsqueda y rescate de los Estados Unidos. Y cada vez que nosotros vamos a un huracán, y le voy a decir, por ejemplo, en el huracán Katrina, en Gulfport, Mississippi. Cuando nosotros llegamos ahí, eso fue como una zona de destrucción, completamente todo destruido. Y cada vez que le preguntábamos a alguien que sobrevivió al huracán, le preguntábamos, ¿y por qué no se evacuaron? Y la respuesta siempre era igual, porque nosotros creíamos que no iba a ser tan mal. Vivimos por huracán tal y tal y no creían que iba a ser tan grande. Lo que le decimos a la gente, estos huracanes, estos eventos, todos son diferentes, así que uno nunca sabe lo que va a pasar. Como lo dijo el congresista, el huracán Andrew no estaba supuesto de hacer el landfall donde lo hizo, era más arriba. Así que uno nunca sabe cómo van a actuar estos huracanes. Prepárense ahora.
Now we're here from the American Red Cross. By the way, when the water comes in, I mean, it doesn't just like come in. It's a wave. And it's going to move you. It moves everything in the way. It's scary when you see the videos.
Hi, everyone. I want to first off thank everyone, especially Senator Rick Scott and the amazing partners here today for talking about something so important as preparedness. At the American Red Cross, we know firsthand that preparedness saves lives. And as everyone has said, I deployed to Hurricane Ian. I saw how preparedness can save lives in a storm, and every storm is so different. So the time to prepare, as everyone up here has said, is right now, not tomorrow when the storm is knocking at your door. We have 3 simple steps that you can take in order to prepare, making sure that you have that emergency plan with your family. Where are you going to go in the event that you need to evacuate? Also, building an emergency kit. We've heard a lot of people mention the food and the water, but don't forget about your documents, your important documents, house insurance, right? If your house floods, you need copies of those papers. So make copies now and have them ready to go in the event that you do need to evacuate. Also making sure that you have a plan to stay informed. We have an emergency Red Cross app. This has all the shelters that will be open in the event that we do open a shelter, so it's a really great tool to use. Additionally, we want to touch on our volunteers. We could not do what we do without them. They make up 90% of our workforce at the American Red Cross. So we urge you, if you feel like helping your community, please consider being a volunteer. You can visit redcross.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS to see the opportunities that we have available. And in closing, again, I really want to reiterate that preparedness saves lives. The time to prepare is right now. Don't be like everyone who runs to Publix the day before, right? Water's cleared off the shelves. We know, we've been there. I'm a South Floridian born and raised, so I know what it looks like. But preparedness can really make the difference between a disaster for you and your family and saving your life, and nothing is more important than saving your life. So the time to prepare is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. All right, any of us can answer any questions. Yes.
I have questions about AI. First of all, how it's being used to better track storms, but also if you have any concerns about people using AI to try to guide their decision making when a storm comes. You know, when there's asking ChatGPT, having conversations with some of these companies, what does that look like?
Yeah, I'll tackle the second part first. I mean, I think it goes back to finding your trusted sources of information. AI is a tool; it can help you, gather information quickly, but it's always verify that information. But it's going to be much easier, and you're going to have a lot more accurate information. Finding that information directly from your local emergency management officials, your local media, your local government officials. On the topic of AI is becoming more common and is really starting to change how we do weather forecasting. But it is just another tool in our toolkit here at the National Hurricane Center. We're evaluating and using some very skillful AI model guidance, but there's still a human forecaster here. They're sitting right out there. They're the ones making the forecast. They're distilling all that model information, the observations, using their expert knowledge to issue the forecast and issue the information about storm surge, the wind, the rainfall, and issue those watches and warnings.
And by the way, what they're doing, what the National Hurricane Center does, the National Weather Service does, they're constantly they're putting out information constantly based on what they have, and they're giving it to all the locals, not just the media, but all the local elected also. Yeah.
When you say do you mean like the path of the storm?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we have a human forecaster here. Hurricane specialists are making the forecast of the track, the intensity, the size of the storm. We use a variety of different models, traditional weather models, AI models, observations from hurricane under aircraft, satellite imagery, lots of different sources of data that get distilled through that forecaster, and they're the ones making that forecast. But it's not just a tracker and intensity forecast. It's translating that into how much storm surge does a community need to prepare for? Where is the flooding rainfall going to occur? Where are we going to issue hurricane and storm surge watches and warnings? That's all done by the human forecaster here.
And historically, the hardest thing to come up with is the storm surge. Is that right?
Yeah, storm surge is sensitive to the small changes in the track, the intensity, the size of the storm. We have our storm surge unit folks are right here in the middle of our operations floor, and we have a lot of ways to account and incorporate that uncertainty to present local officials with that sort of reasonable worst-case scenario so they can make those effective evacuation decisions.
Senator Scott, sorry, slightly different topic, but a question we have to ask today about, do you foresee any action the U.S. might be taking against Cuba?
Let's do this first, and I'll come up and do that. Okay. Well, let's do this while everybody's here. I'll come up and answer that. Maybe Carlos probably wants to participate. Anybody else? Okay. Anybody else on?
Yep. Yes, I have a question in English, and then whoever can answer in Spanish. How concerned are you about several factors? First of all, the prediction of a slow hurricane season that has been quite a few years that we don't have a direct hit in South Florida, and also new residents in the area. Are you afraid that all these factors combined can be a problem if we do get a serious threat?
Absolutely. I mean, people become complacent. I mean, you see it because like I've been involved with the governor in this job, and if you wait 5 years, these areas, like you look at what happened to Irma in 2017. Was it 2017? Golly. And then Michael in 18. Those communities have come back, and they're building, and people didn't seem like they're worried anymore. I tell you, my wife, because of Ian, she is scared to death now because she saw what happened around our house, and we were not even in Fort Myers; we were in Naples. So yeah, I think there's going to be plenty of people that are complacent. That's why what this hopefully helps, and what everybody appears going to do, but what you guys do. I mean, you guys are the most important part of this. You guys are going to put out good information, and you tell people, and you get people ready. And then when it happens, everybody has got to get people engaged. It takes everybody to do that, because if you look at, I think it was Ian, we lost 150 some people, and unfortunately, the local people. I mean, it wasn't that people didn't evacuate like they should. I know what I always thought about every day is keep everybody alive, keep everybody alive, keep everybody alive. So, you want to answer?
Bueno, sin duda estamos preocupados, por eso tenemos este tipo de rueda de prensa para informar a la comunidad que es la temporada de huracán que tenemos que preparar, que aunque dicen que va a ser una temporada bastante lenta, nada más que toma un huracán para cambiar todo en tu ciudad. Así que y también hemos visto muchas personas que ahora están viviendo aquí en el sur de la Florida y el estado de la Florida, que vienen de otros estados, no tienen ningún tipo de experiencia con un huracán, y algunos de ellos piensan que, bueno, no es nada, ¿ok? Entonces, por eso es que es tan importante que los medios de comunicaciones dan esta información y este mensaje que se tiene que preparar, y también cuando estamos amenazados por un huracán, lo que debe ser esas personas, especialmente esas personas que nunca han tenido un huracán, lo que tienen que hacer, lo que deben de hacer, y también los vecinos.
somebody right behind you may need something, bigger. To help them batten down the hatches for the storm. So let's try to do all that stuff in advance. Make sure your generators are functioning correctly and know proper generator safety. One of the things that I see often is people try to fire up their generator last second only to realize that the spark plugs are off. Or they didn't flush it out and there's just old gas in there. Make sure all that stuff is done in advance. This way it's very, very easy. And again, do not run generators indoor. It's a surefire way to have our first responders make unnecessary calls to try to make sure that they're keeping you alive. Run it outside, please. Check your home and flood insurance coverage, then compare options to make sure you have the protection that you need at the best value. Now, we have done a bunch of reforms over the past couple of years. There are a lot more options in the marketplace than you've had maybe 3 or 4 years ago. What I would encourage everyone before we start getting into hurricane season, have a conversation with your insurance agent, see what other insurance products out there. You may be able to get more coverage at a cheaper cost. But another thing I think that is very, very important is all insurance is based off of replacement cost. So the last thing you want is have a home where you have your insurance policy says your replacement cost is $400,000 and all of a sudden your property value went up by $100,000 and now the replacement cost is $500,000, but your insurance policy says $400,000. Know what the replacement cost on your home is and make sure that your insurance policy matches that replacement cost. Because if you have a total and complete loss, they're going to strike you a check for $400,000, not enough to rebuild your home. So make sure that your replacement cost matches your insurance policy. These are also very important, what I'm going to go over right now. Conduct a home inventory with photos and video of inside and outside of your house. I'm going to ask everyone to do this in 2 phases. One is when you go home today. Right? I want you to take your phone and I want you to do a total and complete inventory of everything in your house. First, pictures. Start taking pictures of all the exterior of your home, every room, every nook and cranny of your home, and I want you to just everything that you can, ceiling to the floor, everything. Then go outside, do the perimeter of your property, not just the perimeter of your house, the perimeter of your property. This way you have a record of exactly how your home was. And then I want you to do the same thing with video. I want you to go around, I want you to videotape, walk around the perimeter of your property. If there's fence lines, all that other stuff. If there's a tree that may be hanging over and looks like it's half dead, take a video of the tree, but explain on camera what you're doing. Here's the dead tree next door. This is my fence that is here. It was just installed, permit was pulled, blah, 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 all that other stuff. Then what I want you to do is take that same camera and walk outside the perimeter of your house. I want you to detail every last foot, linear foot of that house, both up and both down. Then go on the inside of the house. I want you to do the same exact thing with the video. I want you to go walk into your kitchen and say, here's our kitchen. Here's the new tile flooring we just put in. Here's the new countertops. Go to the bathrooms. Just document everything. You want everything documented because if a hurricane strikes and you have to make an insurance claim, there is no way the insurer will say that that stuff wasn't there. It wasn't there. You have it actually documented. So I would do that now. And then especially, again, if you have a hurricane that is coming towards your area and you are inside the cone, do the same thing again so you have the most recent footage. And then I want you to document all that and upload it to the cloud, okay? You can do that by third-party apps. Some phones automatically back up. So this way it is not just on your phone, it is duplicated and mirrored somewhere else. Because if you lose your phone, you're going to say, hey, I had a video on there that showed what the condition of my house was before the storm, and the insurance company may not agree with it or doesn't believe me. This way there's another way to retrieve the information. These are really good pieces of information that will make life a heck of a lot easier for you, and now you have the proof of how your home and what the condition it was in before the storm. Safeguard important documents in a dry box. So If you have deeds or titles, we don't have deeds for houses here. We're a lien theory house, a lien theory state, but if you have a deed to another property in another state and it's important to you, if you have a will, if you have insurance documents, put it all in a dry box, close the dry box, and then tape the dry box shut and make sure it is in a place in the house that is secured. But before you do that, what I want you to do is take out that same phone, and I want you to take pictures of all the pages. So this way, if something happens to the dry box, you actually have all of the documentation that you will need. You know, insurance and declarations paid, contact the customer service for the insurance company. All that stuff should be well documented. Have cash on hand in case systems are down after a storm. Now, after the storm, report damage to your agent or insurance company, and keep a log of all communications with any and all insurance adjusters. Okay, this is important. So whenever you are doing anything in connection with a storm, keep a log. Now, if you're tech savvy, open up the notes portion of your phone, write down the time, the date, the person that you spoke to, any ID that they have, the number that you called, and document exactly the conversation that you had. You don't have to write a narrative, right? It doesn't have to be 500 words, but it has to be generally what you had the discussion about. Then if somebody knocks on your door and does the same thing, if somebody comes over to your house, document everything. Now, not everyone will use the notes on the phone. We have an older population here in the state of Florida. Just use a notebook, right? Just jot everything down. Again, name, person, phone number, ID numbers, and then take a picture with your phone. Okay, and upload all that stuff to the cloud also. So you have all the documentation you need in order to make a claim later. Beware of frauds and scams. I hate to say it, but there are a bunch of unscrupulous people who love to take advantage of people when they are down and out. And we have seen this for years, if not decades, not only here in the state of Florida, but in other areas of the United States that have been hit by natural disasters. You'll have scamsters and fraudsters come out of the woodwork trying to scam people on a very bad day. And your first impulse, if you have damage in a storm and somebody shows up at your front door and says, hey, I'm here to help, your first impulse is like, wow, thank you, somebody's here to help. Never even thinking that that person at your door is ready to scam you out of money. Because when you are down like that, you're looking for the help. You want to believe that the person on the other end of the phone or the person knocking at your door is there for altruistic reasons to help you, but not all of it is. And we have found out over time way too many scams are being perpetrated on Floridians when natural disasters strike. So what I would say is that if someone knocks on your door, ask who they are. Ask for identifying information, ask what company they are with, ask them for a license number, ask them if insurances are needed also. If they are pulling up in a, let's say an old pickup truck with no markings whatsoever, doesn't show that they're a contractor, take a picture of the pickup truck. In fact, what I want you to do is take a picture of the person at the door. Because if they are a licensed contractor or a licensed adjuster, or if there's somebody from the insurance company, they should have no problems with their photograph being taken. Because what I have seen talking to state's attorneys is, I can't remember what the person looked like. Or I don't remember what the the type of car that they drove. And then what happens, it's hard to prosecute them because it's hard to find them. Because what you'll see also is there are people come in from other states. They will come in from other states, take money, say, hey, I'm going to go fix your house. I'll take $1,000 deposit on this contract right now. And then they do that to 30, 40 homes. And then they're driving back to Georgia or Tennessee with $40,000 in your pocket. Take a picture of them. It's much, much easier to find them if they do that. Don't rush into signing a contract with anyone, whether it is a public adjuster, whether it is a contractor, without first verifying that they are who they are, and have somebody look at all of the information. You can call our consumer services team first to check to see if they can help you. I see them, some of them are here today. Where are they? They're the consumer services. They're on the side. They are here to help, but You can call our Department of Financial Services Consumer Helpline at 877-MY-FL-CFO, my Florida CFO, to answer any insurance questions and get assistance on your insurance claims. They are here to help you. I would much rather you guys take a step back. I know if a hurricane hits and you are worried about getting your life and your property back together, the best thing to do is take a step back, take a breath, and then go on and do this in a way where you're protecting yourself. We are here to help you. Don't rush into anything. Call our offices. We're more than happy to help you. Our office has actually also launched a statewide hurricane preparedness initiative to further support Floridians. So they have the information that they will need to take proactive steps before the storm. Our goal is to educate as many as possible so residents now know how to prepare for hurricane season. Again, we do an absolutely phenomenal job on the back end, putting our communities and our properties back together. Let's take a little bit extra time before a storm, even way before hurricane season hits, before something's in the Atlantic and the cone. We'll be much better off. Our insurance experts are here from my consumer services team, are walking around neighborhoods, knocking on doors, not only in this community, but in areas around the state, handing out brochures on how to prepare for a storm and what to do after the storm. So far, we have made stops in Leon, Hillsborough, Escambia, and Santa Rosa County, and we have already started going door to door here in Fort Lauderdale. In just a couple of weeks, short weeks, we have knocked on and dropped off literature to over 4,000 homes. This is not going to stop just before hurricane season. It's going to continue well into hurricane season. We're taking some of the hurricane-prone areas, dropping off information, knocking our insurance team. So if there's any insurance questions and you see them walking around, just ask them questions about insurance. They're there to help you. It's the same people who are going to answer the phone, the 877-MY-FL-CFO. So please make sure that that you stop them and ask them for the information. Today, we also have our insurance experts here asking any questions that the media should have answer. So again, we do an amazing job in the state of Florida under the leadership of Director Guthrie, under the leadership of Ron DeSantis, with the help of the Florida legislature, appropriating the funds needed, and our first responders. There's a reason why we are here in a firehouse today, is because these guys, along with our law enforcement, are boots on the ground. They are working hard, making sure that we are giving them the resources that they need, and they are the ones that are doing a lot of the heavy lifting. So it's an honor to be here with you today. Like we said, hurricane season is just around the corner, and let's remain strong and resilient before the hurricane comes. So at this point, let's call up Executive Director of Florida Division of Emergency Management, Kevin Guthrie, for remarks. Director.
Thank you, Chief Ngoya. I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today in Fort Lauderdale and to speak about the importance of being ready for the 2026 hurricane season. Before I get started in my prepared remarks, again, there's a lot of nonsense in the clickbait that's out there in social media networks and so on and so forth. Get your information from trusted, vetted resources. That's where I'll start this. You know, people have said it's going to be a super El Nino, the strongest El Nino cycle on record, and I told this joke last week but I'm going to change it up just ever so slightly on the names. In the last 250 years, now I don't know what Ben Franklin and Thomas Edison had back 250 years ago to measure the strength of El Ninos, but supposedly it's the strongest on record in the last 250 years. With that being said, Hurricane Michael hit in an El Nino year. It's a Cat 5 hurricane. Hurricane Melissa last year, we had transitioned into an El Nino cycle. Third costliest, deadliest, strongest hurricane on record in the Caribbean. The reason I bring those two storms up is that is the type of situation we are going to be faced with this year if we should be hit with a hurricane. The actual trusted, vetted sources, prediction-wise, have said that an East Coast hurricane is probably in the below 25 percentile likelihood that that's going to happen with a transatlantic East Coast landfalling hurricane. However, what is more likely to happen up in the upper 30 percentile to 40 percentile is a West Coast landfall that will carry across the state of Florida and exit. So those are the things that we are asking you guys to be prepared for. So to that end, there's 5 basic things that I want homeowners to be ready for. First thing is make sure that you know your home and know your zone. The last time that I was here for a disaster, actually the last 2 times I was here for a disaster in Fort Lauderdale, it was a reference to a flooding event, right? Flooding can happen. We're going to get a lot of tropical moisture in the next week. So let's talk about just being prepared today. We've got wildfire season going on. We're in the severe drought. We have rain that is coming this week. Thank God for the rain that's coming. But there are some predictions out there that we may have double-digit inches of rain in South and Southeast Florida over this week. So are you prepared for that? Because the last 2 times I've been here for a disaster, it was in reference to a flooding event. So are you in a flood zone? Are you in an evacuation zone? Do you know what zone you're in, and do you know the difference between the two? So that's where we want you to start. Know the difference between the two. An evacuation zone is not a flood zone. A flood zone is not an evacuation zone. If Clay behind me for Broward County calls for evacuations, if the fire chief here, police chief here in the city call for an evacuation, they're going to base that on an evacuation zone, not on a flood zone. The reason I spend so much time on that is, unfortunately, and I didn't come up with a lettering program, but it is what it is. We have evacuation zones A through E in South Florida. That's what you have, Clay, A through E, and A and B only. So for here, it's A and B, but there is a flood zone called AE. So you can see where people can get mixed up with that very, very quickly. All right, so make sure you know the difference. So know your zone that you live in. The second thing we want you to do is know your home. Can your home withstand hurricane force winds? Because if you're not in an evacuation zone and your house was generally built after 2004 when the Florida Building Code went into effect, you guys had the Miami-Dade Building Code before we had the Florida Building Code. If you are in a home that can withstand hurricane force winds, and you're not electrically dependent, you're not dialysis dependent, you don't have any health and medical issue, you're not in an RV, you're not in a manufactured home, you're in an actual constructed home for the Florida Building Code, and you're outside the evacuation zone, you may not need to evacuate at all. That's a personal decision. But if you are any of those aforementioned, you're electrically dependent, kidney dialysis, you've got a health and medical problem, you live in manufactured housing, you live in an RV, then we're always going to want you to evacuate regardless of that situation. Those are automatic default evacuations. So please make sure you know your home, make sure you know your zone. Next thing is, if you have to answer the first question, yes, I need to evacuate, then the next thing you need to do is make a plan for you and your loved ones on what that entails. Make sure that you have a plan for everybody that's in your household, to include pets. Do you care? And I give my own personal story. My wife now cares for my aging in-laws, her parents. Our plan has to include them. They have to be a part of that plan. How do we take care of them? How do we take care of those that are underneath our care? So please make sure you have an opportunity and a plan for everybody in your household. Once you've identified the household, you've identified the things that you need for your plan, next thing we want you to do is build a kit. The CFO's already talked about making sure that you buy water now, buy basic supplies now. Those are things that you can add to your shopping cart each and every week to just build up a small supply. One of the things that I would encourage you to do, a lot of our communities are on fixed limited incomes, a lot of retirees. If you cannot do that, then let's make some other decision points. For example, instead of buying fresh fruits and vegetables and meats, let's maybe right now make conscientious decisions to shift to canned vegetables, fruits, and meats, so that if my 7-day kit has to be what's on my shelf, I can just go to the shelf, load up the grocery bags, and I've got the basis of my kit and my plan ready to go. So please make sure you have a kit for everything. We want you to have 5 to 7 days of non-perishable items in that kit. If you have kids, I'm just going to tell you right now, make sure you have a charging block. Make sure that you have extra batteries for all of those personal devices, because I will tell you, in the last 7 years of doing this job at the state level, I've seen more meltdowns, not over food and water, but over the fact that a device shut off. So please make sure you have that ready to go. They actually make them in solar chargers, Amazon all day long for about $25. So we've now gotten ready. So I'm going to say this: ready, set, go. So we've now gotten ready. We've done the 3 steps in the ready phase. Now we're getting set. This time of the year, again, we've got flooding that potentially could be happening later this week. We've got wildfires to our west. We want you to make sure that your vehicles and your electric vehicles and your gas vehicles are halfway full so that you can get to where you need to go. We want you to focus. Halfway is now the new empty. When it gets to halfway, go ahead and fill it back up. What does this do? It does a lot of things for us, actually. It cuts down on the length of the lines at our gas stations and our electric vehicle charging stations. It allows things to move more quickly. And if you've already done that, then all we need to do is, now we call for go. That's step number 5. We want you to evacuate tens of miles, not hundreds of miles. I've had this conversation a lot with Clay. Is what we need you to do is get to a safe, secure structure on the other side of the interstate, or the other side of the turnpike in y'all's case. That's all we need you to go. We do not need you to go from here all the way to Orlando or Atlanta or Mississippi or wherever it's at. Now, if you want to go there, that's fine. You can do that. But all we really need you to do is get tens of miles away from the coastline, get into a safe structure. So again, evacuate tens of miles, not hundreds of miles. For business owners, make sure you have a continuity plan for your business. Make sure you have a continuity plan for your employees. Be sure you know where employees know how to reach you and get your business back up and running, because when a disaster does strike, we need to get our economic engine back up and running. All of the local elected officials will tell you we need to get that back up and running. We will not recover until the community recovers. Small businesses, large businesses are part of that community, so please make sure you're doing that. The last thing that I'll mention is our special needs registry. Make sure that if you have any type of special needs, and go back to the very beginning of my conversation, if you are medically dependent on electricity, kidney dialysis, medications, any of that type of stuff. My dad would tell me right now, Kevin, I'm not a special needs patient. I'm going to tell him all day long he is. He is oxygen dependent. He does not, in his mind, believe that he needs his cane, his oxygen. Yes, he does, right? So he is technically special needs dependent. Make sure you register special needs. If you do that, again, I talk about Clay a lot. We've known each other a long time. If I do a really good job, we're going to say it was Clay because he used to be my supervisor in another city. If I do really bad, it's somebody else's fault. We'll say Marty Centerfit's fault, maybe. But again, Clay and I have been doing this a long time. Make sure that you register your special needs clients, because most cities and counties, and I believe Broward County is this way, if you're a special needs client, they will actually come and give you door-to-door service. We will get somebody to them, we will get them picked up, and we will get them taken care of for the entirety of the disaster. So please make sure you register at floridadisaster.org/SNR. That's SNR for special needs registration. Chief Ngoya, sorry to say Blaze, sorry. Chief Ngoya, thank you for the opportunity to come and visit with you today and be a part of this. For the division, please make sure you're following us on all of our social medias at FLSERT on X and Instagram, and at FDEM on Facebook. Again, thank you so much, sir.
Next up, City of Fort Lauderdale, Chief Golan.
As that news conference continues right now, we are going to step aside, take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. But we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's go ahead and get you back to Fort Lauderdale, where we are hearing from CFO Blaise Ngolia, a number of other officials as well in South Florida, talking about preparedness for hurricane season. Some good advice a minute ago from Kevin Guthrie, the Executive Director of the Florida Division of Emergency Management as well. Now hearing from fire officials in Fort Lauderdale. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Thank you so much.
Next up, Broward County Emergency Manager Clay Pacheco.
Thank you, CFO. Thank you, Kevin, for this opportunity. And thank you all for coming here today. I wanted to start with a real quick opening message. It's really to thank the city of Fort Lauderdale for really setting the example of collaboration and coordination over the years with our office, particularly in getting word out to the public, talking about evacuation zones. When I do a presentation in Fort Lauderdale, they join me, their emergency management staff join me, and really help me get the message out to the public. You've heard a lot of great information today, but the most important is the evacuation zones. As Kevin mentioned, evacuation zone A, if you're crossing over into a barrier island on a bridge, you're in zone A. US 1 and East is zone B. We're very lucky in Broward County that our topography only has a couple of zones. As we say, we run from the water and hide from the wind. I, like many in this room, back in Hurricane Wilma days, 04 season, sending my family to Orlando, taking them 12 hours to get there is not needed. To reiterate that point, coordinate and work with your friends, your families, and your neighbors to develop a plan to make sure that everybody gets and stocks up on what they need. As far as disaster kits, you can go to broward.org/hurricane for two very important things. You can look up a checklist for all hazard disaster kit. You can look up the evacuation zones, and most importantly, the third thing, you can see our shelters. You'll see our shelters listed on our website. We have 35 general population shelters, of which 3 are pet-friendly shelters, and we have 5 special medical needs shelters. And as was previously denoted, very important, I insist, speak to your friends, speak to your family, speak to your neighbors. If you know someone with special medical needs, please have them go to broward.org/hurricane and register for our special needs client list. As was previously denoted by Kevin also, we come and get you. We call you, we're setting up a shelter, it'll be ready in a certain amount of time, we'll come to your house, pick you up. Once FPL gives us the okay that your home has power and everything's good to go, we'll take you back home. So I wanted to close on that note, and many thanks to Chief Schultz, Manager Williams, Chief Leslie St. Fleur. The coordination and collaboration with the city of Fort Lauderdale is a model. Kevin and I have worked all over the country, and what we have done here is really special, and I thank you all for your coordination and collaboration. Thank you.
Next up, I can't believe I got to give this guy the microphone. State Rep Omar Blanco.
Thank you, CFO. Appreciate you. And first of all, I just want to start with recognizing our firefighters and police officers who are here. I had a pleasure to talk to them. Let's give them a big round of applause. I'm going to tell you what's the most important thing to these guys and gals you see behind you, is that we have their back. That they were willing to sacrifice everything, leaving their families behind while they're tending to a storm, and if they get hurt or injured, God forbid, the worst, that we take care of them and their families. And that's the commitment you have from the folks you see behind me here. At the state, we are committed to make sure that they can do their very best, because we've always got their back. And I commend the city of Fort Lauderdale, chief, police, and fire. What an amazing group of men and women you have on your team, and that is definitely a reflection of the great leadership. Thank you very much. But what I want to talk about today is some of the things that in my 20-plus years as a firefighter, member of the Urban Search and Rescue Team, I've responded to these hurricanes, worked with the great emergency management team and the state CFO's office for a year, are the things that we don't really think about. Everything I heard up here today was more about, yeah, remember that call? Yep, that happened to me one time. And people take for granted how the simple things can affect the difference between life or death, and for those that matter most in your life. I'll give you an example. If I tell anybody a piece of advice is, when you go home, write down your medications, your past medical histories, and your allergies. Am I right, gentlemen, ladies? 3 pieces of information. that are vital, not just during hurricane season, but now. Because often we forget or we don't have them for our loved ones, our moms and dads, as Kevin Guthrie mentioned. The reason that's important is because every day, these men and women are seeing that emergency. And this is why training is the biggest thing that they do. They prepare. And in this ecosystem of public safety, we've got everybody. We've got the state, got our local, got our first responders, we've got school board member here. This is the ecosystems that make sure when disaster strikes, we're prepared. I had the great fortune of getting a walkthrough of the firehouse here with one of our chiefs, and he walked around, and believe it or not, we went upstairs, and I caught a group of the guys sitting down working on an MCI drill at a sporting event. And there they were, just going through it. What if this happened? What if that happened? That's what these men and women do every day, and that is why we're asking you, the public, to join us in that effort. If you are prepared, it makes our job easier to help more people. As the chief mentioned, we do not respond to 911 calls when at least 50+ miles per hour. So imagine you might have to fend for yourself during those critical times. We never hold calls in the fire service, but we do during those times because it's unsafe to go out. It's important that we have these communications. It's not easy to talk about always, but when disaster strikes and when we need it most, we want to make sure your loved ones are protected. God bless you and thank you very much.
You know, State Rep brought up something that is really, really important, is that preparing on the front end actually saves a lot of time and effort and may save lives of the people that we send out into the hurricane to help people. So if you're preparing up front, if you know your evacuation routes and you do all this stuff up front, it's maybe one less person than these guys have to go and try to risk their lives getting to those people. These guys risk their lives every day, and in conditions such as hurricanes, it's even more so. And it's not just those guys. I think also of the over-the-road truck drivers. You know, people forget about logistics and how all the stuff gets to the grocery stores. But if everyone has a mad dash at the last second and cleans out all the food and items on the grocery store shelves, there's an over-the-road truck driver somewhere driving all day and all night trying to deliver more food and more consumables to that location. So if you get all this stuff in advance, there's a less crunch, and saving lives on by preparing on the front end is very, very important. So let us hope and pray that a hurricane does not hit us anytime soon, but let's be prepared.
That's a news conference continuing in Fort Lauderdale, but let me get you live to Tallahassee right now, where we're seeing a case management hearing for the suspected FSU shooter. Phoenix Eichner making an in-person appearance in court in Leon County for the first time as this case moves forward. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Defense counsel's filed probably 15 or 16 different motions. We have probably 10 days of depositions set. I just wanted to realistically lay out for the court, having done these before, there's going to be kind of a back and forth once defense counsel provides. If we get into a sentencing, particularly sentencing witnesses, those are often psychological and expert witnesses. I'm going to need time to go ahead and do discovery and retain my own experts. So that's why I let out a need for the scheduling. If we're trying to do in October, I need to start getting those things lined up today. My understanding, and once again, I've talked to defense counsel today, he doesn't know who he's going to retain because they haven't given him a initial briefing of whether or not they're going to be used or not. So we're I need him to make a move so I can make a counter move and we can meaningfully prepare for trial. But that's the state's position, is that I don't want to waste court's time. I certainly don't want to string along the victims' families and witnesses with unrealistic dates. But at the same time, I'm not going to not be prepared for trial. So I'm trying to be candid with the court and counsel, for that matter, on if you're going to list some type of mental mitigation, please do so timely so that I can retain comparable experts.
Johnson, response.
Yes, Your Honor, and we filed a written response to the state's motion to move up our pretrial discovery deadlines. I tried to outline in our written response essentially where we are in the discovery process of this case, and also our mitigation investigation and the rest of the case. Discovery has been ongoing. It's been quite voluminous. We have been processing it. It's been witnesses as well as a massive amount of electronic discovery. We have depositions dates set out with the state, and I can assure the court that we are diligent and we have been firing on all cylinders in an attempt to prepare this case for trial as well as handle the rest of our responsibilities. But we could not be ready to list our experts by the state's proposed date simply because our investigation is not complete. I put in my written response that we would be filing a motion for a continuance. We have not filed that motion yet, but it would be our position that it would be virtually impossible to be prepared by that date.
Why so?
Well,
I mean, for the first time I read the probable cause affidavit, so I understand what the facts the state's alleging are. I am not understanding why you can't prepare based under those facts, or at least alleged facts, by October. I just don't get it.
Well, there are multiple aspects to this case. It's really quite a complicated case with a lot of angles to it.
Johnson, I am a litigator. Before I became a judge, I handled complex class action lawsuits. I know what that looks like, complex looks like. This is not that case, okay? It is a death penalty case. It's very important, but you don't get to have unlimited amount of time. I said it in my prior order. There's not an unlimited amount of time to prepare a perfect case. I think there's a lot of case law out there that says your client is entitled to a fair trial, not a perfect trial. So you need to make sure to use your resources and deploy your resources in a way that you're spending your time wisely, okay? The perfect is the enemy of the good type of situation.
Understood, Your Honor. And I can assure this court that we are diligently doing our best to parse through this. I have to put my eyes on the discovery materials that the state has submitted at a minimum, and that doesn't even begin to contemplate the penalty phase. There's the potential for a penalty phase in this case, and we have to simultaneously prepare both of those. The records collection that's been done on our side, we've collected over 10,000 pages of materials that we are parsing through while we parse through the voluminous discovery that's been tendered to us. It's been ongoing. Discovery has been ongoing in that we have gotten, I believe that the state gives it to us when they have it, when they realize they have it, but it's been ongoing and it's been quite voluminous, and there's electronic discovery that constitutes gigabytes upon gigabytes. It's all very important. Additionally, Judge, the Attorney General has opened up an investigation into ChatGPT on the basis of this case. There is discovery that pertains to that we need to engage in. We're working on that end. There are a number of, as we process the discovery that we've gotten, there's more than 129 police reports from just the Tallahassee Police Department. We've come across more names. There's at least 80 names that aren't listed in discovery. I have a duty in my due diligence to understand the state's entire case against Mr. Eichner, as well as to formulate our case in mitigation at the same time, and doing these things simultaneously has proven to be time-consuming.
So based on the probable cause affidavit, which again I read for the first time, preparing for this particular case management conference, two of the alleged acts are allegedly on videotape. So I guess my question for you is, if something is on an objective source of evidence such as videotape, what does it help you to get subjective testimony from 20, 50, 100 other witnesses who saw the same thing when you have the videotape of the alleged event. That's what I'm saying. Deployment of resources matters in this case. And you're not going to get forever to do it, because no one is guaranteed forever to put on a defense. That's just not reasonable.
No, I understand, Judge, and we're not asking for forever. And
you've been doing that since we started the case. You've been asking for more and more and more time, saying that you can't do. What I need from you, Mr. Johnson, is a can-do type situation, okay, under a reasonable amount of time, based on the competing constitutional obligations that you and I both have, because they're in the Florida Constitution. And as I put it in my prior order, there are competing obligations here. There's one that he gets a fair trial, fair enough, but there's also one that the victims get a resolution to this. That's also in the Florida Constitution.
yes, sir, I understand, and I can appreciate both of those constitutional obligations that we all share. When we've been on this case for approximately 9 months, and when we first were appointed to this case, we're a small agency, and he was not our only case that we've been appointed to, and we let this court...
So sharing of resources among the different regions? Can you share investigators?
Yes.
Okay. I would advise you to do so.
Well, we're doing that, Judge, and I can assure this court that we are hitting on all cylinders, trying to go through this voluminous discovery and also put together our case of mitigation, and it does take time. This case is complex in a number of different ways. The potential mitigation is complex in a number of different ways, and we are sorting through it. But the sheer volume of discovery, like, I have a responsibility to understand all of the aspects of this case. I understand that there is video evidence that has been tendered, but there's more to it than just that. And I would just, Your Honor, I can understand that this court's duty and obligation to make sure that this moves forward in a reasonable manner. And I'm not asking for anything unreasonable. All I'm asking for is the ability to do this case effectively and thoroughly, and I think that is the way that justice is best served.
Any response to that?
Your Honor, Mr. Johnson's been a total gentleman. It's the first time we've worked together. I agree with him completely that he has been dutifully working on the case. I would also suggest to the court, because of the amount, while I agree with the court factually on the guilt phase, it is really straightforward. He raises in his motion the fact that he has discovery, I believe, in Norway. I've met with consul from Norway. So if we have to go to Norway to do depositions, I know that some of my victims' families are out of state and that they wish to be deposed in their residence. So I know we're going to do some traveling, but I think that the council has been making it. I'm still getting my arms around the amount of, one thing that we've been dealing with just as of today, every officer in the region of this part of Florida responded to FSU. And so we have agencies that are not traditionally there. For instance, there were some agencies that were doing training, federal agencies, that were doing training in the Tallahassee. They went there. So it's a little bit more complicated. We're trying to find it from when they did CAD and things. So it's not just, yes, I've got over 100 TPD officers, but I also have Miami-Dade, who was at Pat Thomas training, that responded. I also have federal people who were at the federal facilities that responded because of the nature of it. And once again, those witnesses may take more time than normal, because if counsel chooses...
What material fact did those witnesses add to the case?
I don't believe that it's going to make a big deal, particularly in the guilt phase. Your Honor, I don't, and I agree with what you're saying there. I think it's a straightforward homicide. I think when we get into the sentencing phase, that's counsel has to figure out a way to try to lessen the culpability of his client, which I think is going to be extraordinarily difficult based on the facts and circumstances of this case. So that's his side of the ball. Once again, the victims deserve a fair, and so that's why I filed my motion, is that I'm not going to get pinched into a situation where I'm not ready. So once they do get doctors to come and say that there's some mitigation, once they do get witnesses from Norway that say that there's some justification. I'm planning on responding with great strength, and I'm going to have enough time to go and retain. If they end up with this type of doctor, I'm going to want to find everything I know about that doctor. I know that you said, Your Honor, you've done expert civil litigation. I'm not going to walk in there outgunned by experts, and that's why I'm trying to do it. So from where I've been, counsel's been very appropriate and dutiful in his work. I have not seen them malingering in any way or dragging their feet. Having said that, I'll be ready when the court tells me to be ready, which is what precipitated me to file that motion, because to be able to meet the deadline that we currently have, I need to start hiring mental health witnesses. Another thing that should be said, Your Honor, is it's a relatively small group of forensic psychologists who work in this area, and they're all working in capital. So they are litigating out, trying to lock them in to when they would be available in October would be a challenge, or to sit there and say, hey, I need you, because once again, they have other capital litigation, which is clearly of the same severity as this. So we probably have 50 mental health people who do capital work in the state of Florida, if that many. So we're probably looking at some of the same experts, and I've got to be able to react once he goes and retains or gives me notice of who he's retained.
Okay. All right, anything else, Mr. Johnson?
Well, Judge, just specifically as it pertains to the state's motion, which is a request to essentially move up our discovery guidelines and move up as a cutoff. As a practical matter, Judge, at this time we are diligently parsing through our records. In order for us to hire experts, we've got to give those experts records to rely on. And if this court were to order us to list all our experts by this arbitrary cutoff date, we would be unprepared. And I would ask this court to deny the state's motion, deny this request. 3.202 sets forth a regimen for disclosure of expert witnesses as they pertain to mental health mitigation. And the state is asking this court to move that up. But I just think the bigger picture, the thing that I would like to portray to the court is that we are working diligently, and I can assure this court that we will continue to do so, and we're not dragging our feet. We haven't since we've gotten this case, but we need a reasonable time to be able to do this effectively.
All right, I'll take it into consideration, and if I determine that there's going to be additional deadlines, I'll put out an order saying such. Anything else that we need to deal with today?
Well, Your Honor, once again, we already are set for, I think, 10 or 12 different deposition dates, and once we start that, then one question, Your Honor, I haven't done capital litigation with the court. Defense counsel, a lot of the motions they have filed, I understand why they're filing. It's black letter law. It's decided. I don't know what your preference, if you want to have a hearing or if you're going to rule on some, for instance, declaring the death penalty unconstitutional in the state of Florida. If you want to have a hearing, we can do that, or you may just want to do the research yourself and do that. I just want to note so that I'm prepared to respond if I am going to be responding to the various aggravating and some of those death penalty statutes. It's pretty standard in capital that they file to move everything unconstitutional. I just don't know how you want to handle it.
I was going to handle everything that I could, probably without a hearing unless someone is demanding a hearing on it. I did have a question about the as-applied challenges and some of the motions. How do we want to handle the as-applied? I can't really do that because I don't know what the as-applied facts are going to be. So how do you suggest handling that, Mr. Johnson?
We could have a hearing. We could have a Zoom hearing.
Okay.
However, this court.
All right. We'll probably do that sometime in late June. Okay. We'll handle all pending motions at that time. So we'll just have kind of an omnibus motion hearing day.
Thank you, Your Honor. We can work with that. I know scheduling, we can work with counsel and court to make sure that we got a courtroom available.
Yeah, just see what dates are mutually you guys are mutually available, and then let Lisa know, and we'll schedule something that works for everybody.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. And there's one thing I wanted to note. Mr. Johnson, the tone of one of the motions, the defendant's demand for disclosure of favorable evidence, I felt was a bit much. Okay, so let's tone it back a little bit on those types of situations. All right, if you have specific facts that you would like to put forth, thinking that something occurred, that's fine. Or if you want to have a hearing on the lack of evidence being offered from the state, that's fine. But the kind of undercurrent of that motion, don't appreciate it. So let's not let it happen again, okay?
That's all we have for today. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, I'll get I'll think about the state's motion and the defendant's response as to setting some sort of deadlines for discovery, and I'll let y'all know. But otherwise, we'll be in touch with the late June kind of omnibus motion hearing day. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank y'all.
That hearing wrapping up in Tallahassee, you see Phoenix Eichner at the defendant's table with his legal team as that hearing comes to an end. We heard and have seen in a number of motions that the defense team has been hoping that the trial would be pushed back. Right now it is currently scheduled for October, but they have talked about the overwhelming volume of discovery. You heard the defense team kind of making some of those arguments of everything they have to go through right now. And you also heard quite a bit of pushback from the judge in responding to some of that, saying you're not going to get an unlimited amount of time to try this case. You have to use the time that you're given wisely. There is the suspect is escorted out of the courtroom. So we'll see what the judge ends up deciding in this. Right now, that the trial date is still set for October. And just one more note, that is the first time that Phoenix Eichner, the suspect, appeared in person for one of these hearings in this case. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. We are getting closer to 2 o'clock, and that's when we're going to be listening in live to a news conference going on at NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C., where the NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman, is going to be talking and giving an update on NASA's plans for a permanent lunar base. It's going to be interesting to hear some of the details, some of the logistics, more about how they're going to pull this off. We talked earlier with Kremer from Space UpClose, who said these are ambitious goals and ambitious timelines. And so we're going to hear a little bit more today from NASA about their plans for that future moon base. Again, that starts at 2 o'clock, NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C. We'll be listening in to that live coming up in just a couple of minutes. Also, an update on the budget in Tallahassee. The new state budget as proposed, $114.4 billion placed on members' desks earlier this morning. And that means the Florida legislature would be able to vote on that on Friday. So an update on special session things and that are going on in Tallahassee as they continue to work toward passing a budget, which they are constitutionally mandated to do here in the state of Florida. So we also heard earlier today from the leaders of the House Democrats who talked about the budget, some of the things that they want to see. We listened to some of the questions that reporters had for them earlier today. I want to play a little bit more as we heard some about property taxes and property insurance, the gas tax, a number of different topics on their minds that they were asked about today. So here's a little bit more of that availability with the leadership of the Florida House Democratic Caucus.
That's a technical term, Rep. Skidmore.
I was going to say that technical term.
The technical term. Action News Jax needs a copy of the recording. We're so happy to send that to you. Any other questions out there? While we're waiting to see that, there is something that I wanted to address with respect to the transfer of USF St. Pete over, or not St. Pete, excuse me, Sarasota over to New College. And, you know, USF has become a very important institution to me. The USF Tampa campus sits in the district that I serve. And, you know, we've been talking about this for a long time. And it just seems to me that capturing USF Manatee Sarasota really has been the governor's pet project. New College has been the worst investment of our tax dollars among Florida's colleges and universities. It is the most expensive school by far with outrageously high per pupil spending. And so my question is, why are we turning over this campus property to New College when they can't even manage their own property? USF has been a great community partner, and if you talk to residents in the area, they agree that this is a terrible transaction. My heart certainly goes out to the USF Manatee and Sarasota campus, and I know this must be causing a lot of confusion, not only among students, but also among alumni who are wondering what's happening. But it seems to me that the state is doubling down on a bad investment, and it seems like the legislative Republicans really yielded to the governor on this one to give him this win, but it is a bad investment, and I think that it will continue to cost Florida's taxpayers way too much money in years to come.
Hey, Leader, I do have another question if you have a couple seconds.
Hey, Forrest. Yeah.
I appreciate it. We're waiting on that ruling for the congressional maps, and I'm just wondering, you know, you've probably seen the arguments, read some of the news stories about the arguments that took place last week, or maybe it was more than a week ago now. I've lost track with everything you guys have going on. But how are we feeling about those arguments? I mean, I know that when these maps were pushed through, obviously the caucus was really concerned about them. And I don't know if you've seen the legal arguments. Do you feel like that they were valid, and do you think, despite the judge's reservations that maybe he didn't have the authority to put an injunction in place very quickly, that maybe he should?
I would love to see an injunction put in place over this congressional map that passed in the special session on redistricting, mostly because the governor's office, when they presented the map, they admitted that they used partisan data when drawing the map, which is a clear violation of Florida's Fair Districts Amendments. The Fair Districts Amendments being the constitutional amendment that the people of Florida overwhelmingly voted in favor of in 2010, and that said that when going through the redistricting process, we can't use partisan data. So it is an encouraging sign to me that the judge didn't outright, deny the request for an injunction. The fact that the court is taking some time to really consider it means that there's still a glimmer of hope that we could see an injunction. And for this map to diminish Black political representation and to so blatantly give Republicans an advantage in the redistricting cycle, in the context of Donald Trump asking the Republicans to do just that, to help give him an unfair advantage, it just seems to me that everything about this map is illegal. In fact, the very notion of conducting mid-decade redistricting completely unmoored and detached from a new cycle of the census just really makes no sense to me. And this is the sort of gross swamp-like behavior that people hate about politics. I think I've never seen redistricting be on the hearts and minds of so many Floridians. And, the question I get asked the most is, why are we doing this? Why is this happening? I thought this could only happen in conjunction with the census. And I tell them they're absolutely right. And then I have to tell them it's in the court's hands. Unfortunately, the people who represent you in the majority don't really care about what you think and just want to try to do this for political gain. So I'm optimistic, in other words, that the court might, still put an injunction in place, which I think would be a good step in the right direction and give the court the time that it needs to fully flesh out its understanding about this map and hopefully strike it down. Okay.
That was State Representative Fintrice Driscoll, Democrat from Tampa, speaking at a news conference earlier today, answering a number of questions, redistricting, property taxes, the budget. Covered a lot of ground in that news conference and taking some questions. Meanwhile, we are getting ready for this news conference in Washington, D.C., where we're going to hear some new details about the moon base and NASA's plans for building that on the lunar South Pole. So we're looking forward to that. That's going to start here in just a couple of minutes. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox Local. We'll be back at the top of the hour, welcome in our TV audience, and then jump right into that.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. If you are just joining us here on the TV side, welcome in. Want to let you know what we are tracking at this hour. We are standing by for a news conference any minute now at NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C., where there we're going to hear from the NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman, a couple of other officials as well, who are going to walk us through NASA's plans for a permanent lunar base. This is the moon base that we've heard a lot of talk about from Administrator Isaacman, from others, experts saying this is essentially a stepping stone on the way to Mars, because to be able to send crews, people to Mars, you're going to have essentially a way station, a stop on the moon where they can refuel, where they can stop as part of that process. And so this is a big step forward, a big step toward that. We're expecting to hear some more about timetables, logistics, plans for construction, just a lot of questions that are still kind of up in the air at this point. And then also a lot of things that have to happen in the next few years with other things, Artemis 3, Artemis 4, to kind of build up toward being able to start construction on that moon base. It's an ambitious goal. The timelines are even potentially more ambitious if they stay where they are right now. So we're really looking forward to hearing from NASA here shortly, kind of laying out a little bit more about where things stand and where things go from here with that NASA moon base. So that news conference is going to begin any minute now. But earlier today, I had the chance to speak with Ken Kremer, who's the managing editor of Space UpClose, to give us a little bit of perspective on this, about what we can expect to hear, but also why this step is important.
Well, they have to lay out a more detailed plan of how they're going to accomplish all of this. They have like a 7-year program, and we have some limited details about it, but we need meat on the bone to see exactly how they're going to do it and when they're going to do it. So they want to launch robotic landers as a precursor to the moon base once a month starting next year, which I think is going to be really tough. So I hope we hear about that. They're going to need power on the moon, so they want to put a nuclear fission reactor on the moon. So we'd like to hear some detailed update about that, by 2030. That's only a few years from now. And then, what is the logistics and the structures they're going to put on the moon? They need rovers, they need habitats, they need science instruments, and all of that logistics for the astronauts in order to be able to live on the moon. So those are some of the key things that we want to hear about. And it also would be nice to get an update on Artemis 3 and the two lunar lander providers, Blue Origin and SpaceX. How are they coming along? Because you're going to have a lunar base, you want astronauts. Well, to get astronauts to the moon, you need the lunar landers, the human landers. And they have a lot to do to get ready for that plan next year in Earth orbit, to rendezvous and dock with one or two of them, and then land in 2028. That's a whole lot of work that has to get done. So I hope we hear some details about that. I think the timelines are going to slip, and not today probably, but they need a sense of urgency, NASA and the contractors especially, to get the job done, because China is out there. They're nipping at our heels. They just launched 3 astronauts to their International Space Station, their own station, on Sunday. They docked yesterday. One of them's going to stay for a year. So they're moving along. Well, we have funding going up and down, which is terrible. So we need a constant source of funding. So that's another question, is where's all the money going to come from?
Ken, how ambitious is this moon base plan, what we know of it so far?
Well, it's super ambitious because nothing like this has ever been done before. since I was a kid, I dreamed we would do things like this. Should have never stopped Apollo, but now we're here, and we've had a couple of starts and stops getting here in the last 50 years. So now there's an actual program taking shape. So it's very important it gets done. And as I said, China is moving ahead with their program. They want to land by 2030, and they have constant funding. They have constant government support. So they don't have to worry about it, whereas NASA does have to worry about it. Right now, the administration wants to cut science by 50%. That's just totally unacceptable. You can't build a moon base without science. So we need a constant level of support. Looks like the Congress is coming together in a bipartisan way to support NASA and to support science, because it's just not NASA science we need. We need all the science from the NIH to NSF, because it's all going to be part of the science program on the moon. So we need constant funding and support from the American government and the American people.
You talked about the timelines here.
Spacesuits. There's another thing. You just showed a picture of the spacesuits. I forgot to mention that. So there's another thing that has to get developed, and that's behind schedule too. So go on. Sorry.
Right. A lot of things there to keep in mind and to think about. Now, let's go ahead and, with that backdrop, get you live now to NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C., where this news conference is just getting underway. We are going to hear from Jared Isaacman, the NASA administrator, who you see sitting there alongside Lori Glaze, who is acting associate administrator of Exploration Systems Development Mission Directorate, and Carlos Garcia Galan, who is program executive for Moonbase. Again, going to hear an update on the plans and hear a little bit more about the progress toward what will be a long-term presence on the lunar surface. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Great, thanks, George. Thank you, everyone who's here today, those from industry, leadership, our new deputy administrator, Matt Anderson. Thanks for everyone who's tuning in online, also from industry, from our NASA centers, from classrooms, and really those all across the country. Many that are watching are from the interested public. They're excited about the moon base, the latest status, what comes next, and how this grand return to the lunar surface will begin. Now, that curiosity is exactly what NASA is supposed to inspire. It means people are looking up again, believing in big things again, and paying attention as America returns to the moon again, and this time to stay. Now, you can't undertake and achieve the near impossible, like establishing an enduring presence on another celestial body, without many contributing to this mission. It starts with leadership at the top, and I would like to thank President Donald Trump, the bipartisan commitment from Congress, industry for adapting to and meeting the moment, our international partners for standing alongside us, and the tens of thousands of the best and brightest across the NASA workforce whose contributions make all this possible. I'd also like to begin by walking through the timeline that has brought us to this moment, because there's been a lot of progress in a very short period of time, and it's important to understand how deliberately your space agency is progressing. On December 18th, President Trump signed a national space policy that reaffirmed America's commitment to leadership in space, to return to the moon, establish an enduring presence, to build the moon base, to invest in the next giant leap capabilities, to ignite an orbital economy, maybe even the foundations of a lunar economy, and launch extraordinary missions of science and discovery. On March 23rd, we shared with the world exactly how we intend to achieve the vision called for in the American Space Superiority Executive Order. We hosted an event we called Ignition in this very room with nearly 40 Artemis Accord signatories and industry partners in attendance. Then on April 1st, we took an incredible step in the right direction when the clock hit zero and Artemis 2 got underway on an epic test mission of science, discovery, and integrity, bringing the amazing crew home safely to Earth just 10 days later. Now, as I said before, NASA is not a procurement organization. We will not sit on our hands and wait for industry to deliver. Just in decades past, the expertise and determination of NASA will help drive the intended outcomes. On that note, in the time since Artemis 2, we have been extremely active. We've been reviewing feedback from the Ignition event, speaking to industry, addressing supply chain challenges, having the tough conversations with those failing to meet expectations, and offering NASA's assistance to solve problems and doing the other hard things that should be expected of the world's most accomplished space agency. We are working alongside our lunar lander providers, preparing for Artemis 3 crew announcement and getting ready to begin stacking Artemis 3 this summer with a target launch in mid-2027. Across the agency, our astronauts, controllers, and principal investigators have been completing great science on the International Space Station. We've been flying more X-planes. We've been formulating the next X-planes. We've been getting ready for the Nancy Grace Roman telescope, ready to launch this summer, and welcoming again a new deputy administrator with Matt Anderson. On May 22nd, in a workforce note, alongside a series of directives, I announced investments in the NASA organization into our centers to meet the urgent priorities outlined in the National Space Policy, focus resources on the most pressing objectives, strengthen and empower the workforce and agency leadership. And today, May 26th, we're very pleased to update you on some of our progress. America is returning to the moon. We are working alongside our many international and commercial partners to leverage the incredible capabilities from commercial industry to build a moon base. For all we hope to accomplish in this endeavor, what we are embarking upon is extremely challenging, and we know so little from what is a combined 80 hours of lunar astronaut EVA time across the Apollo missions, and that was more than a half century ago. So we are not jumping right into the glass dome moon base as a service. As we announced during the ignition event, we intend to take an iterative approach, sending a demand signal to industry for a lot of landers and rovers and tech demonstrations and all the scientific payloads these missions can accommodate. We are leveraging the NASA playbook from the 1960s, figuring out what works and what doesn't in this epic science of survival, because the moon base is as beautiful as it is hostile. In sunlight, the surface can heat to over 250 degrees. In darkness, it can drop well below minus 200. In the permanently shaded craters, areas of great interest that have been untouched by sunlight for millions, even billions of years, temperatures can fall well below minus 400 degrees. There is no atmosphere to moderate these extremes, no protection from radiation and solar particle events, and the surface is exposed to meteorite impacts, including the kind of light flashes the Artemis 2 crew observed from orbit. Recognizing this reality, I'm often asked why we send our astronauts into such harsh and dangerous and unforgiving environment of space or the lunar surface, and at such great cost. And we go for the technology we will pioneer to get there, the science and all that we will learn that will make life better here on Earth, to advance humankind on this great adventure, to inspire the next generation to do it better than we can, and to be very clear, to master the skills for where we will inevitably go next. I want to acknowledge the speed of the NASA Moonbase team and all those that are supporting this effort alongside industry to bring us to these announcements. So we are discussing 3 moon-based missions and a series of additional awards with more missions to be announced in the months ahead. Now, Moonbase 1 will be the first privately funded lunar lander mission in history. The Blue Origin Mark I Endurance lander will deliver multiple payloads to the Shackleton Connecting Ridge, a strategic area of the lunar South Pole. In addition to flying 2 NASA science payloads, SCALPs, a lunar retroreflector array, the mission objective is to demonstrate critical capabilities that reduce risk for the human landing system missions. On that note, every mission in support of the lunar base helps us learn and de-risk crewed missions, but this one is especially important because of the role Blue Origin plays in the Artemis program. The target no earlier than launch date is the fall of 2026. Moonbase 2 will be the largest commercial payload delivered to the lunar surface ever, though in this Moonbase endeavor, we certainly hope to be breaking records on nearly every mission. The Astrobotic Griffin lander will carry more than 500 kilograms of cargo, including Astrolab's FLIP rover, to the lunar surface. This mission will help mature the capabilities necessary to support future lunar terrain vehicles, autonomous operations, logistics, and especially the LTV astronaut mobility. Moonbase 3 will expand our scientific understanding of the lunar surface. This mission will deliver the first payload selected through NASA's PRISM initiative, a program that brings together universities, researchers, and industry through open competition to solve scientific questions. The anchor scientific mission is Lunar Vertex, which will study lunar swirls, one of the moon's most intriguing mysteries. Now, these unusual formations appear brighter than their surroundings, as portions of the lunar surface are somehow shielded from the effects of the solar wind. Understanding why they exist could improve our understanding of how the lunar environment evolves, how surface materials change over time, and how future infrastructure may perform in these extreme conditions. The Moonbase 3 landings will also deliver payloads from ESA and the Korean Space Agency, demonstrating that the future of lunar exploration is an international effort. Moonbase 2 and 3 are targeted to launch before the end of 2026. Now, these represent the first of more than a dozen missions we expect to announce through the balance of this year as we return, build the base, and never give up the moon again. And as mentioned, just like in decades past, we are taking the world along with us, though this time, and eventually through the power of orbital observation and communication satellites, we will do so with impressive detail on the Moonbase website, which launched, I believe, in the last hour. The website will be a central hub for announcements, for mission updates, for imagery, video, solicitations, and procurement awards, and all the latest breakthroughs from NASA industry and academia. Now, just as the world paused to take notice of Artemis II and its historic mission, this website and all the associated moon-based missions will inspire students, instill curiosity, promote internships, and encourage them to work in industry as scientists, engineers, pilots, and astronauts to build hardware that will go to the moon and to control it from Houston. Perhaps even themselves to walk on the lunar surface as they grow up and carry the fire during the golden age of exploration. So for those waiting patiently, the grand return is close at hand, and we will not slow down. We are moving with the competence and the purpose to accomplish the missions that only NASA is capable of achieving, and we are really just getting started. And now I'll hand it over to Dr. Lori Glaze.
The grand return close at hand, NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman saying just moments ago. We've got to step aside, take a quick break right now here on Florida Live, but we'll get you right back to this news conference in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back into Florida Live. I want to get you back to NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C. We are hearing right now from Lori Glaze, who is with NASA. She's the acting associate administrator. with Exploration Systems Development Mission Directorate. She is talking right now about Artemis, the Artemis program, about Artemis 2, and how that was not only a historic return to deep space, but talking about how it was an important step and how it was a test of many of the systems that are going to be so important toward this moon base and other future missions. So let's go ahead and listen in live as this news conference continues.
Helped us practice vital science processes that will shape future missions, observation, documentation, interpretation, and teamwork across thousands of miles. Artemis 2 proved that NASA is ready for the next step. And that next step is coming fast. Artemis 3 will conduct critical integrated tests in Earth orbit, including rendezvous and docking with our commercial partners and commercial landers. Artemis 3 hardware, from the SLS core stage to Orion's modules to lander partner systems, is moving into final integration and flight readiness development. And Artemis 4 and 5 hardware is already flowing to the Kennedy Space Center from other centers and partner facilities around the U.S. and the world. We're moving toward the cadence necessary for a sustained deep space program, steady, accelerated, and continuously learning as we prepare to return to the lunar surface. And that then brings us to the future, Moonbase. Moonbase will be home base for our Artemis crews and will encompass long-duration stays, expanded robotic and human capabilities, and an enduring presence on the lunar surface. Everything we tested and learned on Artemis 2, the systems, the teamwork, the operational tempo, feeds directly into our ability to build a sustainable foothold on the moon. With Moonbase, Artemis astronauts will stay longer, explore farther, and conduct the kinds of science that advances exploration itself, understanding how humans operate off-world, how we build infrastructure, and how we prepare for Mars. As you'll hear from Carlos in a moment, only 2 months after ignition, we are already taking concrete steps through new procurement awards and new partnerships to turn this vision into a reality. We are building humanity's first outpost beyond Earth. Through Artemis we are going, and with Moonbase, we're going to stay. And together, NASA, industry, and international partners, we are creating a future where exploration is not just an incredible moment in history, but the first foothold beyond Earth for all of humanity. So with that, thank you, and it is my pleasure to hand over to our Moonbase Program Executive, Carlos Garcia Galan, to take you through the next steps in building the Moonbase.
Good afternoon, everybody. So as the administrator and Lori alluded, we have been busy since Ignition Day. We have been working to align all the agency resources across NASA to basically deliver on this objective of building a moon base. We've been establishing the architecture and the strategy to enable it. We've been reviewing your inputs and your ideas through the RFI for moon base capabilities. We have been visiting industry and going to centers across NASA to, number one, share the vision and talk about it, get your ideas, and also see what capabilities are out there that we can use as tools to develop this. We have also been working on the solicitations that we projected and broadcasted during Ignition Day, which is what we're going to talk about today. You go to the next chart. I'm going to give you a little bit of an outline of the things that we're going to be doing today. First, we're going to start where we left off, talking a little bit about the phase objectives and the assets that we're going to be talking about and discussing milestones for. Then we're going to talk about key phase 1 milestones with awards for landers and lunar terrain vehicles and moonfall carrier spacecraft. And then we're going to talk about what's in the lunar horizon in the short months ahead. So let's get started. This is a chart that kind of describes the vision that we delivered during Ignition Day. We envision the moon base to be hundreds of square miles with different assets, all building up to the objective of permanent lunar presence on the moon. To get there, we're going to break it up in phases, and phase 1 has already started. From now through 29, we're going to work to make sure that getting to the lunar surface is a high reliability endeavor. Many assets we can deliver there. We're also going to test and experiments the science of survival, as the administrator said. We're going to experiment on the things that we know are ahead of us that we're going to need to build the permanent infrastructure, which is happening on phase 2, and then permanent habitation on phase 3. To do this, we're building and working on many different systems, from transportation to mobility, and we've broadcasted a pretty high cadence of missions that will help us to get there. Phase 1, for example, will have 25 launches, 21 landings, and we're planning to deliver about 4 metric tons of cargo to the surface of the moon. And we want to graduate from that to 60 metric tons to 150 by the time we get to phase 3. If you go to the next chart, when you think about the lunar surface and the endeavor of building a moon base, is going to be extremely hard. And it dawns on us every day how little we know of the lunar surface. We did the Apollo program, we've had lunar probe, we've had a spacecraft, robotic spacecraft that have gone back to the moon, but we have explored very little. So we envision multiple assets, those 21 landings, is to deploy many types of assets in different areas where we have objectives for science, or we think it's a good place to develop the moon base. We're going to have landers, small and medium class. We're going to have constellations of satellites that will enable communication, navigation, pointing, observation. We're going to have rovers and LTVs, and also we're going to have drones. So, to talk about all of those assets, we're ready to make an award. And that is something we advertised during Ignition Day is for the LTV delivery landers. Through CLIPS program, we requested task plans for delivery of one or multiple 1 metric ton class NASA payloads to the South Pole region. In the base period of that task order, we'll basically ask the vendors to...
Officials with NASA walking us through right now some of the process, and you heard them talk about what phase 1 will look like, which is already underway. 25 moon launches, 21 moon landings, 4 metric tons of cargo that will be delivered on the lunar surface. And we are continuing to listen into this. Right now, we're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. NASA just announcing that Blue Origin is going to be the contractor they're working with for a lunar lander for the first phase. We are now getting ready to hear some details about the contractors for the lunar terrain vehicles. Let's go ahead and listen in.
That is Astrolab. Congratulations. Astrolab has adapted its Flex rover architecture to deploy the Crew Lunar Vehicle number 1. So give him a round of applause. Congratulations. This new vehicle is smaller, lighter, and can accommodate up to 2 crew, which is what we asked for during Ignition Day, to be able to test and develop the capabilities as we go. Again, it has autonomous capabilities, it can be teleoperated, or of course the crew will drive it. CLV-1 has a maximum mass of 950 kilograms and can reach speeds up to 10 kilometers per hour. Astrolab is also building the Flip rover, which has a lot of the features that will then be carried over to the lunar terrain vehicle. Astrolab is using subs like Odyssey Space Research, Axiom Space, and Interloon as the subcontractors for that. So imagine the first rover, because we're going to have cameras, we're going to have payloads, roving around Mars and basically bringing us with them in real life, going to places we have never seen of the moon, testing us and giving us key ground truth data so we can build on that. Again, one round of applause for Astrolab. Congratulations. The second LTV provider, which I'm going to announce now, is Lunar Outpost. In response to NASA's moon-based initiative, Lunar Outpost unveiled a new class of rover called Pegasus, which is what we're going to deliver to the surface of the moon. Pegasus is a pared-down version of Lunar Outpost Eagle lunar terrain vehicle. Pegasus is a lighter weight and will be ready to fly on earlier missions as we've asked and demanded. They will do things like autonomous driving, terrain mapping, and identify future potential moon base sites. Pegasus can carry up to 2 crew members and travel 10 kilometers per hour on the lunar surface and, like I said, go through steep slopes and terrains. They're partnering with General Motors, Leidos, and Goodyear as key subcontractors for the vendors. So give Lunar Outpost a round of applause. Congratulations. These awards are incredibly important to the next steps of Phase 1 because we have to be able to move around the surface and start looking and gaining the knowledge we need to build up on the moon base. Part of that also is Moonfall, which is the lunar drones that we advertised during Ignition Day. Moonfall is the first lunar drone capability that we're going to have, and it's going to accomplish different objectives. The first is demonstrate the technology. It is going to be the first robotic mobile platform with the range to quickly explore sites interesting at the lunar South Pole. Like the administrator discussed earlier, the variances in lighting, thermal gradients are gigantic on the lunar surface. And we basically have a range of like 1 meter dedicated information on the different areas we want to go to. So in that 1 meter, if we're wrong or if we're off a little bit, those ranges of 400-500 degrees in temperature can be a key aspect that we need to overcome. So these drones will allow us to go, cover a broader range of areas that we unprospect and get that ground truth. It can demonstrate the ability to take off and land in multiple locations with precision under South Pole lighting conditions and terrain features. Also, it will utilize available electronics so we can develop them quickly and deploy them where we need. One of the key things that we want to put on these drones is survive the night technology. So not only can they accomplish the mission, they can hop, go to multiple locations, but they can also survive the long lunar nights. So when they get sun again, they can serve a permanent objective wherever they ended up at. It could be observation, it could be communications or something else. Another key objective is site characterization, so we'll be able to map the surface at centimeter scale resolution, not meters, centimeter scale resolution, allowing us to beef up our orbital databases and reducing the risk for future landings. It will prospect for water and ice in the subsurface of the moon. It can go look into the surface of the moon about 1 meter in depth across tens of kilometers. It will also characterize the radiation environment before we send other assets or crews to the surface and provide a geodetic framework for navigation using retroreflectors. Wherever we put these drones, it will provide much more of a capability for precision landing for whatever landing is coming into that area. And then we'll have cameras, of course, on all of them and be able to observe around the territory. The next objective is imaging. So in the picture that you see on the screen, you have the current capability on the right and what we're going to provide on the left. So high-resolution imagery across all mission phases, including the deployment, the landing, and nominal operations of, staying in situ or hopping around. It will continue image collection during extended mission, and it will analyze the different sites for unprecedented detail and basically allowing us to build our understanding of soil mechanics, the terrain, the lighting conditions in situ of wherever we want to go. It will help us build a digital terrain map of different landing sites on the moon and prospect moon-based sites. So all of those things are going to be critical for continuing understanding of where we're going. The last part I wanted to talk about that we're hoping to achieve is to establish a moon-based perimeter. With 4 or 3 lunar drones, Moonfall, we're going to be able to basically put them at the corners of the areas where we think we have either key scientific objectives or we want to build up the moon base. And maybe in their final hope, like I said earlier, we can give them a function, potentially be a beacon, provide those retroreflectors to be able to get more precise landing, even be the first lunar cell tower if we choose to do so. By coupling the survive the night technology with different instruments and of course cameras for observation, it'll give us a tremendous capability. And like I said, for phase 1, Moonbase is just a demonstration of capability. We hope this will work out and we'll be able to evolve that capability. I'm picturing the future of Moonbase where we're starting to plan areas where we're going to send the crews or rovers to robotically go to a specific crater or area of interest. We can deploy these drones. Some areas we can even reach with lunar terrain vehicles or rovers. So this could be a critical capability to allow us to get to those objectives. So something has to take the lunar drones, Moonfall, to the surface of the moon. And today we're ready to announce that JPL, our partner developing the Moonfall drones, has selected a carrier spacecraft, and that is Firefly. All right, congratulations. Big round of applause for Firefly. So Firefly is going to build a version of its Elytra dark orbital vehicle for this mission. Firefly's first vehicle is built on the same systems that successfully landed and gave us that mind-blowing video of reaching the surface of the moon. That was the CLPS Blue Ghost mission that flew and successfully landed last year. They're working with JPL on the part of the mission called Cruise, Deorbit, and Braking Stage. So the Elytra vehicle will basically carry the drums from Earth into lunar orbit, then slow down, and at a certain altitude, it will deploy 4 or 3 drones that will then take the mission on their own hands. They'll finalize the landing. They'll land probably about a mile apart from each other and carry on from the mission there. This is a very exciting mission that you can see a picture of.
Learning more about Moonfall, which is a lunar drone mission that is going to be a part of all of this, the next phases of lunar exploration and our trips to the moon and establishing a permanent presence there. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live, and our question this hour, go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Scan the QR code that you see right now. We want to know what excites you the most about this mission, this moon base, the future permanent outpost on the lunar surface. Is it the new advanced tech that we're going to see? Is it actually exploring the moon's surface? Or is it as the fact that it is kind of that stepping stone, that gateway to Mars? Weigh in, let us know. We'll have this up on the screen so you can continue to vote and see those results as it comes in. We are continuing to listen into NASA officials right now as they are discussing plans for moon base and what this lunar base will look like and the process for building it over the next decade as well. So let's go ahead and listen back in live from NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C.
And logistics, which is going to be a huge key element of permanent habitation, and then Pathfinder habitation missions. We have 2 BAAs today across the agency, not just Moonbase, which are soliciting ideas, and we'll be using those to take proposals, not for studies, but actually building hardware. The study is going to be put the thing on the surface, test it out, learn from it, and then actually graduate that to be a permanent part of the architecture. architecture. So that work is going on now. Okay, that was a lot. So this wraps up the first moon base status, where in just 2 months, we've covered awards for new landers, lunar terrain vehicles, and moonfall carrier spacecraft. Soon, we will be status in progress on the additional landers. Like I said, we'll also be going to be talking about international partner contribution agreements, which we're actively working on. Awards for technology demonstration missions, and the selected companies to build the next generation landers. As Artemis II showed us, literally, we're just a tiny body in this universe. But we're in the business of expanding our horizons, doing the near impossible, building the moon base. We're making history together. Thank you very much. And now we're going to transition into the answer questions from the media. So, George, back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos, and thank you all. As you can see on stage now, we're joined by models of the landers and vehicles from Blue Origin, Astrolab, Lunar Outpost, and Firefly. We'll now start taking questions from the media. We'll start in the room, and if you're joining us via the phone bridge, please press *1 to enter the queue. We also have in attendance today subject matter experts who will help answer some of our questions, but please direct your questions to our speakers that are on stage. As a reminder, today's briefing is focused specifically on the moon base, so please keep your questions within that scope. And please ask one question so we can get to as many of you as possible. We'll circle back if we have time. We'll now take our first question. In the front row, yes.
Do you want to hold it? Okay. Hi there, Kristen Fisher with The Endless Void. My question's for Jared. Jared, China has said that it's studying lava tubes as potential sites for future bases. They just put about 28 taikonauts through cave training for about a month. And so my question is are there any discussions taking place right now at NASA about exploring lava tubes, underground lava tubes, as a possible site for a future second base? Or is everything focused squarely on the moon's south pole? Thanks.
Well, I would say that we are very focused on the first moon base, but in these conversations, we do discuss that we are aspiring to have a lot of outposts on the lunar surface. And I think cave exploration has been part of, at various times, our own astronaut program training as well. So we certainly see value in that environment. I don't know if you'd like to add anything, Lori.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit on it there. We have actually done a lot of work in the past at looking at caves for being able to protect human crew from radiation, the harsh radiation environment. So certainly there's been a lot of research there. And certainly something that could be part of, as you said, as we start to expand our reach, could be part of that.
Yes, in the white.
Thank you so much for this briefing. Lenka White with RIA Novosti. It's very interesting. I was curious on international cooperation. Let's say there would be a moon base 4. Are there any talks about possibly cooperating with international partners on ISS-style cooperation on the moon with partners like Roscosmos and others? Thank you so much.
Okay.
So we are having a lot of conversations with our international partners. I don't know that this is going to be quite in the ISS style. This may be a little different. We're having a lot of individual conversations with various international partners about the types of missions we could collaborate on, where they're either providing payloads or they're providing a capability that we'll work with them on. So there's a lot of that discussion ongoing right now. I think there's a lot of excitement with the international community about different ways they can participate and collaborate with NASA on these various missions, from small-scale payloads all the way up through very large systems like the pressurized rover or habitats. So we've got a pretty broad range of conversations ongoing.
Yeah, we'll be statusing you on that in upcoming moon-based status mission. Yeah. It's status briefings.
This will be second row in the suit.
Oh, of course.
Thank you for taking my question. Sergei Motov with the Russian TASS News Agency. My question is for Administrator Isaacman. So to follow up on international cooperation, do you expect to discuss lunar exploration during your upcoming visit to Baikonur this summer? And as just as a follow-up, do you also expect to discuss the integrated crew flights and extending the agreement with Russia?
I would say whenever I've had my discussions with Director General Brakhanov, we usually give updates on our respective space programs and progress. So I fully expect we'll be discussing the International Space Station and what that continued cooperation will look like through the remaining life of Space Station. And I am sure we will also discuss generally what NASA has planned for our lunar missions on the horizon. In our last conversation, the Director General was very kind to discuss the Artemis II, so I'm sure it'll be a topic again.
NASA officials continuing to take questions right now from reporters, and we have a question for you. What excites you the most about the future moon base on the south pole of the moon? It looks like right now most of you are saying a gateway to Mars, but we want to know. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote, scan the QR code that you see on your screen. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live. We'll get you right back to this news conference on the other side of it. Welcome back into Florida Live. NASA Administrator Garrett Wymer just asked a question about safety on the moon and about potential zones where other countries may not be allowed or welcomed into. Let's go ahead and listen in as this news conference continues at NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C. about the future moon base.
The moonfall drones intend to accomplish, as Carlos discussed. I mean, this is going to be scouting. There's going to be comms on it. There's going to be observation capabilities as the primary objectives of that moonfall asset.
Our next question will be from Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now via the phone bridge.
Hi, everyone.
for taking the time to speak with us. Question for Carlos, I suppose. With the LTVs that were announced from Lunar Outpost and from Astrolab, about how far is the driving range of those? And I ask because I imagine while it's still being examined, the amount of ejecta that's going to be kicked up by either Starship or Blue Moon Mark II is going to be quite dramatic. And so I would assume that the LTVs can't be placed too close to future Artemis landing sites. So how far apart are these assets going to be placed? And are you expecting them to sort of go to and from future Artemis crewed landing sites? Is that the plan? Thanks.
Yeah, good question. So I'm going to actually bring in some of our Moonbase team experts, starting with the Acting Director for Surface Mobility, Robert Pickle. And by the way, I'll just introduce them all for future questions. We have Najib Meransi, she's the Chief Architect of Moonbase, and Ryan Stephan, who is the Acting Director for Cargo Lander. So Robert, take it away.
Yeah, sure. Great question. So protecting for PSI, we plan to keep the LTVs approximately 2 kilometers away when the landers land, and they'll traverse in, be able to pick up the crew, and then do missions up to like 10 kilometers during the crewed period, and then uncrewed, like Carlos said, total of like 400 kilometers throughout the lifetime.
Thank you.
We'll go to our next question that'll be from Jeff Faust with Space News on the phone bridge.
Good afternoon. What is the dollar value of the various awards you announced this afternoon to Blue Origin, Astrolab, Lunar Outpost, and Firefly? Thank you.
All right, good question also. So Ryan, take it away. We'll start with the service delivery of the LTVs, and then we'll go to Robert for the actual LTV awards.
Yeah, I don't want to do math real time, but each individual award to Blue Origin was $234 million per mission, so 234 times 2.
Yeah, and each LTV award was $220 million.
All right, thank you. We'll go to our next question in the room in the blue and white tie.
Hunter Ryerson from Pirate Wires. For Administrator Isaacman, NASA's made developing the orbital economy a major priority, and as well, an interplanetary civilization doesn't get built by one government alone. How do NASA's Moonbase plans contribute to the achievement of these goals? And further, how does Moonbase support future missions to Mars?
Great question. So first, I think, as I've said many times, it's extremely important to ignite an orbital and ideally a lunar economy. I don't believe that we are going to, have that true kind of spacefaring world we may have imagined as children reading science fiction books if it's perpetually funded by taxpayers. So it is vitally important that we figure out what, generates value either in the unique environment of microgravity or on the lunar surface in excess of the cost that it takes to go into it. I don't have any great answers for you other than we are sending a demand signal that hopefully will reveal it. I've said many times we can't force a lunar economy into existence. I suspect in the years, decades ahead, as we build and operate what's hopefully multiple, let's just say, lunar outposts, that we will uncover something along the way. Having a good a lunar economy developing would be a nice capability out of all this to realize. But I've said many times, like, we could put a demand signal out for, 50, 100 landers like we're procuring today. I couldn't tell you who's going to buy the 51st or the 101st someday if it's other than NASA. But this is at least a step in the right direction. Now, to your point on how does this help us get to Mars, look, to be very clear, that is the primary objective out of this. As I mentioned during my remarks, there's a lot of great things that will come from having a outpost on the moon. It was only a matter of time that we'd want to have our astronauts interacting, not just in, they've done microgravity for more than a quarter century, but now let's interact with the lunar regolith. Let's have
NASA Administrator Garrett Isaacman talking about the benefits of a permanent outpost on the lunar surface. We are out of time here on Florida Live, but if you're watching on our digital platforms, don't go anywhere. We're going to continue listening in to this news conference as officials continue to take questions. So if you're watching on Fox Local, YouTube, or Facebook, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more in just a minute. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, continuing to listen in as NASA officials talk about the future moon base, outline some of their plans for lunar landers, lunar rovers, the next phases toward building a permanent outpost on the moon. Let's go ahead and listen back in as this news conference continues.
Notification. I'd say generally, I think should be pretty apparent there's strong bipartisan support around a moon base. I see pretty regularly congressional leaders coming out and, interacting and retweeting with our commentary on it. I think they're all excited for American astronauts and eventually our allies to be on the lunar surface itself as opposed to orbiting above it. And as I mentioned, we've already provided now the notification to Congress as expected for any of the organizational or funding line mechanics that need to be addressed.
Our next question will come from the phone from Ken Chang with the New York Times.
Hi, thank you. I guess this is for Jared or Carlos. When is the timing for landing the LTVs, and how does it fit in with the Artemis schedules? Before Artemis 4, between Artemis 4 and Artemis 5, or later? Thank you.
So certainly we want to have a LTV. We picked both of them in the crewed version of that, even though we can operate them robotically before the Artemis 4 mission. And we'll certainly try to line it up so that crew has an LTV to go explore around. So it's absolutely an objective. And then we'll, see how the development goes on. But, we plan to have LTVs for the crews coming to the surface of the moon. And again, the LTV strategy, which we signal in ignition, is that instead of developing one very capable but also complex and putting all of our eggs in that basket, we're going to develop multiple. So this is, if you will, phase one of LTVs. After we test out the two that we just awarded today, we expect to have more opportunities for same vendors or other vendors with more capability and incorporating the lessons learned that we learned through the operations of the two that we have.
Yeah, and if I may jump on this, because it hits a couple questions in this room. It talks to the lunar economy, the question about habitability that came up before. When are we going to actually keep astronauts on the moon for some period of time beyond just whatever the lander in itself will support? We are digging up the playbook or dusting off the playbook from the 1960s here at NASA. Like, we are going to get back to this iterative approach of learning. We haven't been on the moon in a very long time. I have no doubt we are going to learn an awful lot from the first couple lunar terrain vehicles, and rather get a few of them on the moon as soon as we possibly can, alongside the first crewed missions, so we can get astronauts interacting with a rover again for the first time in again more than a half century. And I have no doubt they'll come back and give us feedback that will inform some of the phase 2 LTV awards, where we'll progressively add more capability from things we learn from autonomous functions. You're doing the same thing when it gets to habitability, right? I think clearly, as Carlos mentioned, we were probably going down the path of one extremely exquisite, all-encompassing rover before. That doesn't help stimulate a lunar economy at all. That's like, it becomes an all-or-nothing event, nor is it just the right thing to do to learn to get to what should be the ultimate state rover, maybe many years around down the road. Same thing is applicable for habitability. Doing lots of landers, demonstrating different capabilities in this incredibly harsh environment is a way you stimulate a lunar economy from all the various commercial players, but it helps us get to the state instead of just trying to drop a single all-encompassing habitation module and hoping it works out. So all of this comes together for an achievable path for mobility, the astronauts themselves, for logistics, for autonomous operations, for habitation, and for stimulating a lunar economy. Hopefully that all makes sense how it's coming together.
Our next question will come from the phone bridge from Irene Klotz with Aviation Week.
Thank you. In addition to the time frame of the LTVs, what's the time frame for the JPL Moonfall mission? And I was wondering if the scope or the funding for the newly renamed Moonbase 1 through 3 missions has changed from when those were originally awarded under CLIPS. Thanks.
Okay, I'll take that. And I'm going to ask Najud also jump in if you want to add anything to what I'm going to say. So first of all, the first Moonbase missions that we've declared, what we were already had on contract, we're doing things a little bit differently with those. We want to make sure that the reliability is there, and we're putting all the resources of NASA, including test facilities if they need them, in play here. So we're not necessarily changing the timeline because we already had a contract with them on when that was going to happen, but we're basically putting all of our assets in play, including experts, facilities, know-how, whatever it takes to make them successfully before they get to fly and when they're flying. So Moonfall is also something that is a phase 1 asset, so by 28. We're still doing some trades on number of, it's going to be 3 or 4, and what's the pluses or minuses of that. And then I'm going to turn it over to Najud to kind of add on, why that and how these missions maybe interplay with each other.
Yes, a lot of the priority for the Moonfall early on is to get them in the locations to do the reconnaissance on the important locations where we want to deploy the rovers, the science, the power systems that will follow. So being able to integrate all these missions across time and adapt the learnings from them is very important as we establish the architecture for Moonbase.
And our next question will be from in the room. There in the back in the third row.
Hi, I'm Dan Vergano with Scientific American. I'm wondering if there's any update, maybe this is for Lori, on the timing for picking the Artemis 3 landers. There's a lot of Blue Origin landers today. When do you have to make that decision for that Artemis 3 mission that Jared said is a year from now, mid-27?
Yeah, we're already moving forward pretty strongly with both Blue Origin and SpaceX on their lander concepts. So we're already moving in that direction with both of them. There's a lot of trade studies ongoing right now just to make sure we've got the mission designs right and the right objectives for those. But we're already moving out. It will be the version that Blue Origin is working on for that mission. Yes.
Next question in the front row there. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jack Gordon. My question is for everybody, I guess mainly for Jared. I'm just curious what NASA overall has thought about basically astronaut health on the moon. And as we're building the moon base, obviously the goal is going to be to keep people there much longer than 3 days or 4 days or 5 days. I've seen a lot about the infrastructure for exploration and science. I'm curious, has NASA thought yet about, hygiene and health and how the astronauts can actually live on the moon comfortably?
Sure. Well, I can open up and then, pass it over to Dr. Glaze. We obviously give a lot of thought to this. I would say in terms of like the human physiology, keeping people alive for 9 months, or even we've had longer durations on the International Space Station in microgravity is about as tough as it gets. And we've been learning in that environment for 25 years. 4 or 5 days to get to the lunar surface where, your 1/6 gravity should be net positive, I would think, in that environment. But there's still a lot of other factors that kick into it. Some of you mentioned, we were just discussing earlier, what the exploration atmosphere may look like, because this isn't, right now, we communicate far in advance, unless it's some sort of a contingency, when we are going to undertake an EVA on the space station. We're going to go back into an environment now where we might be doing EVAs many times over a span of a handful of days. And every time you are pressing up and depressing down is, it could be an environment for potentially decompression sickness. So an area we've been studying for a long time. We've been hosting exploration atmosphere research exercise at Johnson Space Center. I think that's one example of many that we're giving thought to into this new environment, or an environment we haven't been in a long time, that we're putting our astronauts into. Laurie?
As you said, we've learned an enormous amount from our experiences on the International Space Station, most certainly. There will be some differences here, but this is certainly something that is of high priority. Certainly the crew health is always, their safety is our number one concern. So we will be putting a lot of effort into that. We already are, as Jared said, with the research that's ongoing, trying to best understand how much time our crew will need to adjust to the atmosphere that is present within their pressurized suits before they can go out on an EVA. We want to maximize their time to do work on the surface, but at the same time keeping them completely safe. So we're doing a lot of research in that area. There's been already a lot of research into radiation environments and expected radiation exposure and how we can make sure we keep them safe in that environment. So yes, an enormous amount of work there. We'll continue to live and learn as we do additional Orion missions as well on how the crew respond for these longer term missions. In one sense, one thing we learned a lot from Artemis 2 is just the cadence of activities. As Jared says, for a lunar surface mission, you'll probably have multiple EVAs in a shorter period of time. When we have a week or two on the surface, it's not the same as having months on the station, so we may have to have a faster cadence, and that's going to mean working very closely with our friends in flight operations, with the chief medical officers to make sure that we are keeping them safe, but being able to maximize the return on the mission.
Thank you. In the back in the light blue.
Thank you. Marcia Smith, spacepolicyonline.com. You've talked a lot about what you're going to be doing on the surface. Can you talk a bit about what kind of a robust communications network you're going to be building for around the moon? And will NASA be awarding contracts for that, or are you expecting industry to do that?
Do you want to speak?
I'll take that. So we already have one contract already in place to start providing the initial communications back from the moon. We actually want to expand that to provide navigation, pointing, clock, timing, and observation capabilities. Since we're going to be having a moon base, we definitely want to see what's going on in very detail from the assets on the ground and from the assets on top. So that's the first constellation. We're actually envisioning more than one. So we're exploring it. You know, the first one was kind of more traditional type of requirements. We're exploring how we can be more flexible and allow for industry to be innovative and give us the maximum capability. We're going to have so many assets on the surface. We want to look at what's happening real time for all of them. So the amount of bandwidth requirements and needs is going to be high. So there's also interest in international partners to potentially provide some. So we will make that determination on how many and when coming up pretty soon, but we already have one. Certainly know we're going to have two. We'll be soliciting for that in the near future, and then we'll go from there. And certainly the first one focused on comm, the rest multi-use.
We have time for one more question, and that'll come from the phone bridge from Mike Wall with space.com.
Thank you all. This one's for Carlos. Like you said in that sort of phase 3 vision for the moon base, it's going to cover several hundred square miles. I'm just wondering, what does that look like? Are those just where the far-flung assets will be spaced out? That's what counts as covering hundreds of square miles? Or do you anticipate like having habitation modules just kind of peppered in with that? And what's the advantage of having such an extensive kind of far-flung lunar base with such far-flung assets?
Great question for our chief architect.
Yeah, so I think there's a very important point about the moon, which is there's no one spot that does all the exploration objectives. There's no one spot that covers all the science, all the technology, all the habitation needs of the surface. And even within the local area, you have to consider the terrain. So you'll have the habitats on the tops of the hills where they get sunlight. You know, power systems, nuclear systems need to be 1 kilometer or more away for the radiation protection. So all of these things, when you start putting them together, end up sprawling a little bit more like a city as you start building it out. And so to then have power in remote areas where you might be doing your in situ resource utilization, the aggregate mining, looking for water ice, or science operations in a different location. So it is to accomplish all that is before us requires a significant amount of distribution of assets, capabilities, and systems to do the things we're looking to do on the moon, to do the exploration and return that benefit to humanity.
Yeah, and great answer. Thank you. The only thing I'll add is it's been very starking to me how little we know from what we want to accomplish. We're going to want to explore different sites to really maximize the mix of scientific objectives and viability of a permanent presence, a permanent lunar base. And by phase 3, we may end up with different locations where we want to have some kind of habitation capability. So all of that we don't want to necessarily declare now. We want to learn, we want to experiment, and we're going to build on the knowledge to start establishing the key infrastructure where we think we're going to work.
Thank you. That concludes today's news conference. Thank you to all the media who joined us and for your continued coverage of America's establishment of humanity's first lunar outpost. As a reminder, you can follow along with the missions at nasa.gov/moonbase. Thank you, and we'll see you next time.
That news conference wrapping up from NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C., where we heard quite a bit more about the plans and the status of things when it comes to the future moon base, a lunar lander, 2 lunar rovers, and the importance of this mission for future missions. We ask you for our poll question, what excites you the most about the moon-based missions? Is it that new advanced tech, exploring the moon's surface, or is it the fact that this is a gateway, a stepping stone for future missions to Mars and beyond? Looks like that's what 40% of you are saying. You can still vote in this poll, fox35orlando.com/vote, or scan the QR code on your screen right now. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. Been a busy day at the theme parks today, with a lot of things opening at Disney. Some major changes, including the Rock and Roller Coaster that is now open today. Soarin' Across America also opening to guests today. We had the chance earlier to speak with Theron White and Drew the Disney Dude about these changes, and even had some cameo appearances from some Disney stars right in the middle of this interview.
Pluto is at Pluto's Corner, and I guess that's the perfect segue to start the segment, is because the Walt Disney Studios courtyard here at Hollywood Studios officially open today. This is a massive day for Walt Disney World, one of the biggest days, in my opinion, in the resort's 55-year history. In this courtyard, I came here today to go on Rock and Roller Coaster. I've spent the entire time over here. The amount of roaming characters, the heart, the energy, the charm. This is just such a fantastic area, but I don't want to take too much time talking about how awesome it is, because I could talk for hours.
But no, talk about it, Drew. I mean, this is one of the things that we've been talking about in this courtyard, the Walt Disney Studios courtyard. It seems like it's getting some great reception from folks and really kind of bringing a lot of energy to that part of the park.
Yeah, in my opinion, Disney at its best is when we have a good balance of new things, but also where families can come out here. And obviously the parks are more expensive now. So to be able to walk into a courtyard right now, and behind me I have Chip and Dale just running around playing games with kids. Up here I have Goofy and Pluto just running around, having fun. This area is so natural, and that's what I love. Like, when do you just walk into the park and have Goofy and Pluto right behind you? Like, look at this. What's up, Goofy? Can you say hi to Fox? So you're live on TV right now, Goofy. Look at this. This is thank you. High five. Yeah, that's the magic right there of just being in an environment where anything can happen. Rapunzel, Mulan, it's just so much fun. And I highly suggest coming over here at nighttime. This sorcerer hat lights up. Just a one-to-one recreation of what you see in California. So it's a big win in my opinion.
So yeah, and it seems like people are just flocking to that area. It seems like a lot of appetite for having a spot like that, and neat to have that interaction with the characters in a spot like that too.
Yeah, it is. It's just so awesome. Like I said, I was not expecting to be back here all day. I was like, oh, I'll go on Rock and Roller Coaster, but just seeing how happy the kids are to see these characters without waiting in a line. You don't need a lightning lane. It's all natural. It happens randomly. There is a wide variety of characters. You have the classics like Goofy, Pluto, Donald, Chip and Dale back here, but you also have those characters like Rapunzel and Mulan, and seeing all of that come together. Now Stitch is back here. I'm seeing things happen right now that I have not seen in the last 2 hours. So fantastic area, a big one for Walt Disney World. And I just really hope that management understands how important this is and how much people love it, and that we see more of it going forward.
Now, today is also the start of the Bluey meet and greet at Animal Kingdom. And it seems like there has been a lot of excitement over this, too. And I know this is something that we've seen reports that the virtual queue, the first couple attempts to get in, sold out very quickly.
Yeah, when we talk about Bluey, Bluey is obviously incredibly popular. This was kind of expected when she was coming to be added to this area. So Bluey and Bingo now, if you want to go and see them, you're going to have to take a train to get to their area at Disney's Animal Kingdom. That's really the reason that they have the virtual queue. It's not that that area itself can't really handle a ton of people. It's that getting there is an experience. So you're going to hear from the Irwin family as you're actually riding on the train to be able to get there. You're going to go, and it's Australian themed. You can see kangaroos, you can see wallabies, but that being said, it is a very, very popular character. So for right now, there's going to be a virtual queue, and it's needed to kind of get people to that space. I think you give it a couple of weeks and some of the hype, not that Bluey's not popular, but I think some of that initial hype will die down a little bit where the virtual queue won't be as hard to get. And it's just a really nice spot. Exactly like we're seeing with Drew as he's walking around in this area at the Walt Disney Studios courtyard at Disney's Hollywood Studios. This blue area is another section where I think families are just so excited. One of the things I actually wanted to show are these park maps. These are specifically built for kids, and this is something that Disney has added specifically for Disney Cool Kids Summer. These are going to be maps. They have the regular park maps if you want to get them as well. But when you're looking at these maps, on the back, kids have interactive things that they can do. When you go and open it, they've actually got, here's the kind of food that kids love. Here's some of the things that adults should know. And then on the inside, you've even got a map of the park. And it's a very general idea map of the park so the kids can say, I want to go to this and I want to do that. You don't need to know that this exact bridge is going to be there. The parents will figure it out. But the kids can go and they can draw on it. They can learn about it. They can do something. And it's not just Animal Kingdom. It is for every single one of the Disney parks. As you're heading to their theme parks, it's a free map, just like right next to the regular ones. And I think this is really what people have been loving, is everything that Disney has done so far with this Disney Cool Kids Summer has kind of been answering complaints or things that people have been talking about since 2020. People said, I want to be able to get to the parks easier and I don't want to wait in line as much. I don't want to pay as much money and I feel like I lost some of that magic. If you just look at what Drew just saw right now in the courtyard, there is no wait to meet those characters. It is definitely magical. It feels like Disney. And then if you're a Florida resident, they're doing that $65 deal right now. So I feel like that is something where if you're someone that's felt like you didn't really have the Disney that you remember from the early 2000s, between the Muppets, the updates they did to Millennium Falcon, changing up Soaring, going and adding this stuff to Disney's Hollywood Studios, all the stuff we experienced last week for this early preview, it really kind of felt like Disney was running at full speed. And I almost wanted to be like, Disney, it's okay. I know that last year we were at some of the competitor parks a little bit. I'm not leaving. I'm still a pass holder. I love you guys. Are you guys okay? Like, you have been doing just throwing things at us this summer.
Yeah, so many different things. You mentioned Soarin' Across America because that is now that is now open as well at Epcot.
Yes, and it is a blast. I love it. I have always loved soaring, and so we originally had the California version, then we had Around the World, and now we have Soaring Across America. It's got some fantastic scents that you can go and smell. You can go and see some of the amazing things of the United States. So there's like, you fly over different areas, and you're going to go and get to enjoy that. And it's just great. I mean, it's an update to Soaring. It's about America 250 for the 250th anniversary. No complaints. I think it's a smooth and enjoyable ride.
But a lot of the attention following on what's going on at Hollywood Studios because Muppets, the Muppets version of the Rock and Roller Coaster now open, and Mickey Mouse live show too.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'm going to start with the Mickey show because I'm right here and I can take you guys over there. So Disney Junior Mickey Mouse Clubhouse Live. This show has been brought over from Disney California Adventure, and now it lives over here in the Walt Disney Studios courtyard. So not only do you have all of these characters roaming, but you have two shows, The Little Mermaid Musical Adventure over there. You have Disney Junior with Mickey Mouse, all those classic characters. And then later this summer, we have the Magic of Disney Animation opening behind me. So you have all this natural energy, like I've talked about way too much. And you also have three big offerings with one to come later this summer. But this show, it's inside, it's air conditioned. You have bubbles, music, all the characters the kids know and love. And there's a lot of show times. Like right over here, the first show starts at 10:15 a.m. and it ends at 5:35 p.m. There's 1, 2, 3, there's 8 show times today. And today is just the first opening day. So as Disney gets this feedback and sees, hey, what are people reacting to? Well, you can always add more show times there. So lots of stuff over here. And then like you mentioned, Garrett, Rock and Roller Coaster starring the Muppets. That is a big one. This is something that I've been very impressed with how fast of a turnaround time happened here. 85. Pluto, what's up? Pluto was waving to me. I'm sorry. Pluto, do you want to be on TV? I'm talking to Fox 35 Orlando right now. You're famous. You're a legend. Look at this. Hey, everyone. We thought Goofy earlier. Now we're seeing you. Yeah. All right. We'll see you around, pal. Bye, everyone. But yeah, Rock and Roller Coaster. It's like that was turned around in a few months. And these are iconic characters back in the park for the first time since Muppet Vision closed. You have a lot of that same DNA from Rock and Roller Coaster starring Aerosmith. You're still going into G-Force Records now under new management. But now you see Scooter and the Electric Mayhem rehearsing for their biggest concert. Then Bunsen and Honeydew at Muppet Labs. They join us, and they're the ones that are launching us at 57 miles per hour to make it to their big concert on time. You have hit songs like Song 2 by Blur, Born to be Wild by Steppenwolf, iconic stuff over there. And again, just the fact that those characters are loved. The wait times today have not been that bad, in my opinion. The line was moving very quickly. And of course, you have single rider if you can get on without waiting in a very long line.
So a lot of things happening over at Disney, but we are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus today. So actually, I can pop myself back on camera. I do have time to do that here because we've got about 25 seconds now. But thanks for joining us. It's been a busy day. I know we covered a lot of ground. Really interesting to hear, I think, the moon base updates from NASA. We'll have more on a whole lot of other things coming up on Fox 35 News at 5. Right now, you can stay tuned for